with an impact felt throughout Indian River County and all of Florida. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the Board hereby recognizes Children's Home Society of Florida for their significant accomplishments and urges all citizens to recognize the good work being done by Children's Home Society of Florida to help create a world where all children may realize their full potential. Adopted this 7th day of March, 2023, Board of County Commissioners, Indian River County, Florida, and signed by all 5 commissioners. And welcome to Children's Home Society. And I must say I have a special fondness for the partnership schools. Dodgertown is incredible. And for those not familiar with partnership schools, it involves a 25-year plus commitment to collaborate. And that's the school district, a local college, and a healthcare provider. In our case, Treasure Coast Community Healthcare. Vicki Soleil has been leading the charge. And this is done, this collaboration is formed to enable children to have better access and better opportunities to resources, countywide, well, really statewide, because you're involved around the whole state, but locally, Dodgertown. And I have to say it's with great sadness to note the passing of the previous director of that program, young gentleman who was exemplary. He was very innovative, very creative, and I had the opportunity to work with him very recently. He had invited me, was so adorable, to the installation of Student Council, the president and the vice president of Student Council at Dodgertown Elementary. And all the students, you have never seen such enthusiasm for government as Student Council. When they announced the president, vice president, they were cheering. Everybody was screaming and cheering. It was just wonderful to see that kind of enthusiasm. And I spoke about the opportunities in local government because I like to encourage our young people, and a lot of what they see in the larger picture can be negative, but locally it's very positive, and it's a wonderful opportunity for positive change. Welcome today. Please tell us more.
Well, thank you, Commissioner Moss, and thank you all the commissioners here today. We really appreciate this opportunity, and thank you for the proclamation. Children's Home Society, as you've heard, is celebrating 120 years of being now the largest statewide provider of social services to children and families at risk. We have hundreds of programs that are provided through 8 different regions among the state, throughout the state. And here in the Treasure Coast, Sabrina Barnes is our executive director for the programs here. As you heard from Commissioner Moss, one of the really significant and new programs for Children's Home Society is our community partnership school model. We now have 27 of these schools, if you will, throughout the state, and even more are on the drawing board. This is a very innovative program that really allows the teachers to spend more time teaching and less time dealing with the issues of students, whether it be nutrition or after-school tutoring or health, a variety of issues, so that the teachers can focus on their main job. And our community partnership school basically takes all those other chores off of their shoulders and provides an opportunity for the students to be more successful in school. We have elementary schools all the way through high schools. We started this program in 2010 up in the Orlando area, and it's become a very successful program. So we're very, very pleased with that and very proud of that. And here in Indian River County at Dodgertown School, we've had that program now for a little over 3 years, and it's really done well. As Commissioner Moss mentioned, very tragically, we lost our director of the program only a few weeks ago. We will obviously be looking for a new replacement, but this program has done extremely well. We're so happy with it. It's making a major difference in the Gifford community, and we're very, very pleased with that. So again, thank you so much for this proclamation. We appreciate the opportunity to be here. We have a number of folks from Children's Home Society in back of me, and Sabrina is our executive director. Do you wish to say something, Sabrina?
I just thank you for this opportunity, right? I could talk to you all day, but I won't, about the good that we do here on the Treasure Coast. Just thank you for the time and the investment and the services that we provide. This county has been very gracious to my organization from Teen Life Choices, as well as our Community Partnership School Model. And we're just excited to be here, and it's all about servant leadership, right? So we're here to serve this community, to make sure that the lives that we touch are better, right? We want to leave an impact that gives a perpetual return for generations to come, and we're able to do that because of the generosity of Indian River County and a few of our other funders. And I do want to acknowledge Ms. Soleil, who showed up from Treasure Coast Community Health, who has invested tremendously into this community partnership school model. And we have some people here from our adoptions team. We started with adoptions in 1902, and just last fiscal year alone, we did 150 for children found their forever families here on the Treasure Coast. So we have been doing good for 120 years, and we intend to continue doing good for 120 more. Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anything?
Yeah, we're going to take a picture, sir.
All right.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ms. Barnes, thank you for joining us this morning. Thank you for coming down. This is great. Thank you for joining us. Yeah.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Move around. I got to say hello to Vicky.
Come on over here.
I think the group's got to shift over a little bit. Just stop pushing them. Yeah. Squeeze play.
Yep.
Yeah. Yes. May this be the toughest thing you do today. Etch a sketch.
I think so.
Thanks, team.
All right, thank you so much. Moving on to 5C, presentation of proclamation designating March 2023 as a month of celebrating the Older Americans Act for Nutrition Program. This will be presented by Commissioner Vice Chairman Adams and Karen Deagle, CEO of Senior Resource, Emily Snow, Director of Adult and Senior Services, and Ben Ehrman, Community Relations Manager, to receive. Thank you so much. Commissioner Adams.
Thank you. Thank you. It's my pleasure to read a proclamation designating March 2023 as a month celebrating the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program. Whereas on March 22, 1972, President Nixon signed into law a measure that amended the Older Americans Act of 1965 to include a national nutrition program for individuals 60 years and older. For over 50 years, this landmark law has helped to fund community-based organizations like Meals on Wheels, and it is still the only federal program designed specifically to meet the nutritional and social needs of older adults. And whereas, each year, Meals on Wheels programs from across the country join together for the March for Meals awareness campaign to celebrate its success and garner the support needed to ensure these critical programs can continue to address food insecurity and malnutrition, combat social isolation, enable independence, and improve health for years to come. And whereas Meals on Wheels programs in Indian River County have served our communities admirably for over 48 years, and in the past year have provided 106,197 meals to 783 clients. Volunteers for Meals on Wheels programs in Indian River County are the backbone of the program, and in the past year, 214 individuals volunteered a total of 21,378 hours, delivering nutritious meals to seniors and individuals with disabilities who are at significant risk of hunger and isolation, but also caring concern and attention to their welfare. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissions of Indian River County, Florida, that March 2023 is designated as a month celebrating the Older Americans Act Nutrition Program, and urge every community member to take this month to honor our Meals on Wheels programs, the seniors they serve, and the volunteers who care for them. Adopted the 7th day of March 2023 and signed by all 5 commissioners. And Karen, I just want to say, as a former Meals on Wheels volunteer, it is such a vital program in the community, and sometimes those volunteers are the only person that might interact with some of the seniors and the clients on a regular basis. And, just they're so happy to see you. And I learned a lot from several of the clients that we would visit on a regular basis, the stories, and it's just great. So thank you for putting this program together. I know it's been a success in our community for many years, but a shameless plug for you guys. They are always in need of more volunteers. So anybody that would like to volunteer for Meals on Wheels, please give the Senior Resource Association a call. It only takes, an hour or so a day. They make it very easy. Everything's packaged up for you. You have a little map that you follow, and it's super simple, but it's really vitally important. It's very volunteer driven. But tell us about it.
I don't have to. You can. Thank you so much, and thank you for the proclamation. And yeah, we're joining this. This month is March for Meals. It is a national awareness month for senior hunger and isolation. And thank you for reading those numbers, Commissioner Adams, because even though we served over 100,000 meals and over 700 persons. Today, we have over 300 individuals in this community on our wait list. And we're not serving them. It's not because we don't have the capacity. We could do that. It's funding. And so we are always out there trying to raise more dollars to be able to provide more services, more meals to these individuals. And I want to say thank you to the Board of County Commission, all of you, for your support, ongoing support. Each year you have supported by providing dollars for the match dollars to bring the federal and state dollars down to provide these meals. Again, it is more than just a meal. It is the wellness check as well. I'll tell you a little story. A couple weeks ago, one of our volunteers knocked on the door of one of our seniors to provide that meal, and there was no answer. And as it turned out, the person had fallen and could not get up. And so the volunteer followed the proper protocol as trained, and we were able to get emergency service to that individual. And I'm glad to say that she is doing well. We have surrounded her with more services, but she is still in her home and doing fine. But if it hadn't been for that wellness check, that volunteer showing up, who knows what might have happened. So. And again, yes, we are looking for more volunteers. Even though it sounds big, 214, when you have over 40 routes a day that you're providing meals, so and usually it's a volunteer per route, that isn't a lot of people. But those individuals, they have just been wonderful. And this program could not operate without the volunteers. And in fact, there's several other communities that don't have the resources that we do in this community of volunteers. They've actually had to change their program to providing frozen meals and delivered by a vendor. So we are so thankful for all the volunteers that are out there helping us on a daily basis, and we really appreciate if anybody else is interested. And like Commissioner Adams said, it doesn't take that long, and it is your own schedule. So just a reminder, we are having our Champion for Meals again this March. It is going to be March 27th, 28th, and 29th. All of you have been invited to participate. Commissioner Moss, we've already received your RSVP, so thank you very much. And I know all of you have participated in the past, and hope that maybe if you have the time to do it again, to be able to get out there and visit with the seniors and spend a little time with the volunteer also and say thank you. And again, if anybody in our community wants to do that, just get in touch with us. We'd love to have you. So thank you for the proclamation and the awareness, ability to create the awareness, and we'd love to get a pic.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining
Thank you again.
Karen, always good to see you.
Making me hungry.
What?
All the meal talk?
Yeah? Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, next, moving on to 5D. A presentation proclamation dedicating the Wabasso Scrub Conservation Area Overlook in honor of Joe Carroll, which I think we're going to be doing in a couple of weeks. This will be presented by Commissioner Fleischer and be presented to the Joe Carroll family members. So come on up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Got it.
Appreciate the opportunity. Is Faith coming up? Thank you. To our Carroll family and Beth, Wendy, what a remarkable experience we had to have Joe Carroll. He was a dedicated individual. Reflecting back, I wish we were doing this 6 months ago. But Joe would have probably said, no, don't go naming the thing after me. It's about the birds. But to watch and to see Joe Carroll be involved with the community, with individuals, young individuals, even this old individual learned something. You don't do this, you do this. This way it looks like a branch. But I know that while he's in a better place now, this was his best place. And I want you to know that I truly appreciated the opportunity and having the Carroll family share him with us, because I think he educated a community, and I think we all know a lot more because of his time with us. So thank you. I want to go forward with this proclamation dedicating the Wabasso Scrub Conservation Area Overlook in honor of Joe Carroll. Whereas Joe Carroll, over a long public sector career, served the U.S. Army during World War II and later worked for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to conserve wildlife and habitat. Whereas until his passing on October 14, 2022, Joe had served as the county's Conservation Lands Advisory Committee, maintained an active membership in both the Florida Native Plant Society and the Pelican Island Audubon Society, and co-founder of the Indian River County Jay-Watch program, which uses volunteers to track the population of Florida scrub jays. And whereas Wabasso Scrub Jay Conservation Area, or WSCA, was one of the several scrub jay lands that Joe tirelessly monitored for the county and featured to overlook of the beautiful wetland and the opportunity to hear scrub jays in the natural habitat. And whereas since the Sebastian Area Wildlife Florida Scrub Jay Habitat Conservation Plan was approved by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the year 2000, the conservation and management of WSCA has been an integral component of mitigating for the incidental take of the Florida scrub jays and the platted lots of the Sebastian Highlands. And whereas WSCA was also utilized as a recipient site for the relocated Florida gopher tortoise that, along with the scrub jays, are often considered keystone species whose presence play a major role in maintaining the composite balance of the species in the area. Whereas on October 19, 2021, the Board of County Commissioners approved a motion to name the WSCA Wetland Overlook after Joe, and the official ribbon-cutting ceremony will take place this March the 17th in 2023. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Indian River County, Florida, that the board dedicated the Wabasso Scrub Jay Conservation Overlook to the memory of Joe Carroll, and who, in both his professional and private lives, spent decades working to preserve the scrub jay habitats and the plants and animals that live in these vital areas. Duly adopted this 7th day of March 2023, and it is signed by all 5 county commissioners. Faith?
Thank you all. It is beautiful, and I look forward to seeing you there Friday. Really, it's such an honor. The scrub jays just flock to you when you go there.
Yes.
I hope nobody's been feeding them. But
Well,
thank you.
I would just like to say I got to the pleasure of working with Joe for about 20 years. Conservation in our county is critical to the quality of life that we have, and it's professionals like Joe and many others who make a difference, who protect these beautiful areas, who train and mentor people like myself to be able to protect and provide conservation that will last in perpetuity. Wabasso is about 111 acres. It's one of the most beautiful conservation areas, and it is critical to the local scrub jay population. It's considered by many ornithologists to be some of the best scrub in our county. And I think the thing that really makes that special is that 111 acres is small, like one person, but it can make a big difference in the conservation quality of life that we all experience, enjoy every day. Behind the scenes, we've been growing jays. When I started there, Joe helped me monitor 2 families, and we're up to about 11 families at Wabasso Scrub. And we have regular dispersal, so young jays will move all the way through Sebastian to the St. Sebastian River State Park. And biologists like Brian Toland and Dave Breininger and Joe, people who worked in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, people who lived in our community, were really important in the development and creation of our Habitat Conservation Plan, which has been more successful than any of us could have ever imagined. Later, after Joe had retired, he offered to help us with Jay Watch, protecting jays in the southern part of our county that were not part of the Habitat Conservation Plan, that we did not directly manage. Without his efforts and those of all the volunteers through the Jay Watch program, we would not have had critical data that helped us to maintain, preserve, and protect the southern corridor that's still occupied by Florida scrub jays. Areas like the golf course in the southern part of the county and also South County Park. And it was his efforts, coordination, and work with the volunteers there that meant that we could continue to band and monitor those jays, because it was really outside of the scope of the HCP. All of the efforts that Joe put in matter today, and they're going to matter for a really long time afterward. And I can't think of a better way than having an overlook in the Wabasso Scrub Conservation Area, where he traipsed through scrub and I'm sure came home with lots of scratches and bruises like we all do when we're doing that kind of work. And those jays are going to live on for a really long time, and it's a testament to the work that he did there, and for all the mentoring and all of the efforts that all of our local conservationists put in. So, Faith, thank you so much for sharing the time, and I do apologize that it took us so long to build the overlook. We bumped into some obstacles, but I know that Joe's here with us today.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say to Faith, yes, I do recall that Joe said, don't feed them, don't go out and feed them.
Yeah.
But it was when the children were small that he demonstrated how they would just come and perch on your arm to receive a peanut.
I think they're already spoiled.
Yeah, I think they are. But I think it was in the act of showing how close they would come to you and with the relationship that they would have, and maybe a bonding with the kids, so that now, these now adults respect the scrub jay and know the difference between a blue jay and a scrub jay, because I didn't.
Well,
They're
I met
fascinating birds.
I'm sorry, I met him in 1995, and one of the first two things he introduced me to was the gopher tortoise and the scrub jay. So,
And remarkable work at Martha Winiger Park in Sebastian, which harbors so many gopher tortoises and scrub jays, and I believe that's where that incident occurred. But many years ago.
many years ago.
So thank you, Joe.
Commissioners?
Well,
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, that was great. All right, moving on. Item number 6, approval of minutes. I have the minutes of December 13th, December 20th, and the regular meeting minutes of January 17th, 2023.
Mr. Chairman, move all three.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Fleischer, second by Commissioner Adams. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Motion passes 5-0. They are approved. Next, we'll move on to information items. Number 7, information items from staff or commissioners not requiring board action. We see we have a proclamation. We had a proclamation honoring Michael T. White on his retirement from Indian River County Board of County Commissioners, Department of Utility Service, Water Production Division. And then we have the venue calendar coming up, and I would be remiss if I didn't promote the Firefighters County Fair coming up this Friday, March 11th through the 19th. Being greatly involved in that from its very beginning until later on in my career also, and it's in good hands with Wayne Howard and crew, and it'll be a big time usually. Hopefully the weather will be good, and
Biggest and best ever.
it'll be
Mr. Chairman.
fabulous.
Biggest and best ever.
We have, for those that do, they have an extreme survival course coming up, if anybody's interested, you know,
Didn't we already touch that?
on
I'll do it
Tuesday,
if you'll
March
do it,
7th.
Joe.
And like we said, the Joe Carroll dedication of Wabasso Scrub Conservation Area on Friday, March 17th. A big thing is, that fits in with another proclamation today, is the Senior Expo, Thursday, March 23rd at the Indian River County Fairgrounds from 9 to 2. That's a really big deal. A lot of senior stuff is done by the Senior Collaborative, and a lot of senior stuff is up there at the fairgrounds for that day. But as you can see, there's a whole list. That Recreation Department's a bunch of busy folks, and they do a great job. Next, Dwayne. 7C, Clerk of the Circuit Court and Comptroller Jeffrey R. Smith announces Operation Green Light to be held March 17th, 2023 through March 24th, 2023, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. at the courthouse. And I see our clerk and the deputy clerk are here. I'm sure they'd like to say something about this. Welcome there, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Operation Greenlight is a concerted effort amongst the 67 clerks around the state to offer a time where people that have suspended licenses or are behind on their court payments can come in and pay them without paying the collection fee that is normally assessed by collection agents. So we're going to do this from March 17th through March 24th. If anybody is behind, they can come in and catch up and get their license reinstated. And as long as they continue to make their payments or sign up on a payment agreement, their license will be okay. And this gives them a chance. The collection fees by law can go up to 40% on top of the fines. And I've been able to negotiate that down a little bit with the collection agencies. So we're not charging 40%, but still during this week they can pay everything without paying any collection fees. So we welcome anybody to come in from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday through Friday. We're not going to be there on Saturday or Sunday, but you can still make the payments online and get credit for not having to pay the fees.
Any questions of our clerk? Thank you, Jeff. All right, next, I see we have a opening on the Children's Services Advisory Committee. And so if you know of anybody that would like to do that, please let them know. I want to bring up 7E, the four-county affordable attainable housing task team. And I've appointed our vice chairman to represent us on that committee. I don't know, you might want to say a few words about what it is and what the intentions are.
Sure. So at our four-county legislative meeting, we had a conversation related to affordable housing and trying to further those conversations as a region. So this will be our first meeting. It's scheduled for April. We will be meeting here in Indian River County, and then we'll see about rotating or what the group wants to do. We have a representative from Indian River, Martin, St. Lucie, and Okeechobee counties. And I think our first our first job will be to kind of review Senate Bill 102. We expect that to pass in some form, so trying to coordinate implementation across the region so there's some continuity of affordable housing initiatives, and then further getting into how we can better address and throw some support to the affordable housing issue from a regional perspective. So we're all not operating kind of in silos because people move back and forth between our counties. So I will definitely keep you guys posted on how that goes. It is a public meeting, so everybody's is welcome, but we will be kind of doing our organizational part of that at our first meeting in April.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chairman. Next, Commissioner, moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda, anything anybody wishes to pull?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull 8F.
8F. Commissioners, anything else?
Move as amended.
Anybody from the public wish to have anything pulled for comment or questions? Seeing none.
Second.
I had a motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer to accept the consent agenda and discuss 8F. Commissioner Moss.
Okay,
Did
thank.
you want to vote? We didn't have to vote on it.
I'm sorry, I did
Probably
that,
would
I did
be.
that before. All commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you, sir, for reminding me. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. 8F is in regard to D.R. Horton, Inc.'s request for final PD plan plat approval for a subdivision known as Grand Hammock. And I had questions about the timeline, and it was difficult. I found the minutes, but it was difficult to find the minutes of the planning and zoning meetings that were referred to here. And I believe it goes back to 2004, although that's not stated here. And it seems as though it might have expired, maybe once or twice. So I'd appreciate it if someone could review the timeline on this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Moss. For the record, Ryan Sweeney, Chief of Current Development. I don't have the exact dates, but the preliminary PD plan plat approval was originally approved in 2004, 2005. it was extended and reapproved through a number of times. Once the subdivision starts construction, it becomes vested. And then as long as they continue to move forward with construction, it doesn't expire at that point. So I believe the last extension was 2018, which was a 3-year extension. They started construction in 2020, 2021, and now here we are at final plat approval.
Okay. So from 2004 until now, it didn't expire at any point?
It would have expired. It was extended through proper mechanisms.
Oh, I see.
Various P&Z extensions, or there's state, Dylan, you know, there's state automatic extensions due to natural disasters like hurricanes and other things. So it was extended properly through the course of the approvals.
Okay. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. With that, I'll move to approve.
Have a motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Lohr. Was that what I heard?
It was actually-
Commissioner Fleischer, okay, thank you.
That's all right.
Motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? That motion passes 5-0. Next, number 9, constitutional offers and governmental agencies. Again, our property appraiser, Mr. Davis, welcome.
Good morning again, Commissioners. This is something,
Thank you.
this all came about the other day whenever Commissioner Adams was asking me some questions about some millage rates. And it just so happened that we were able to add that feature to the website. And I'd just like to step a little bit through that. How do I find that again? Okay. While we're doing this, though, I do want to congratulate our clerk of court on some work that he's been doing in addition to the green light. That the papers that I have there in front of you are notaries that have been associated with fraudulent deeds. And we recently had a situation where a resident in Vero Lake Estates had bought a lot next to them, started the process of adding fill dirt, put a deposit down, did a unity of title, put a deposit down for the structure to put a shed on it, and realized it was a fraudulent transaction. The lot was right next to their house, and so in a hurry, we're in a scramble to try to undo the unity of title on the property, just in case pending litigation were to happen. Our hands would have been tied to what we could do. And so I appreciate Bill DeBraw working with us and trying to get that undone. It's scary, some of the things that are happening out there right now. And I've did a public records request to Department of Business and Professional Regulations, and got the email addresses to every real estate license holder in Indian River County. And I'll be sending them that document right there, just to try to get the word out as best we possibly can. But also, another thing that the clerk of Jeff Smith has done, for those that don't know, it's right here on the website. And again, I can't take credit for it. I just like to make people aware of it. It's this fraud alert right here, clerk of the court. And what you do is you click on this, and it takes you to the site where Jeff Smith put together here, where you put your name, your last name, you confirm your name and last name, and then you put your email address and confirm your email address, and then you click that blue button. And what happens is it'll send you a confirmation email back. And what this will do is anytime a document gets recorded with your name on it at the clerk's at the courthouse, you'll be notified. I did this a long time ago and forgotten all about it until I figured I'd take advantage of the low interest rates several years ago. And sure enough, whenever Marine Bank recorded the note, I got an email saying that a note's been recorded. And so I encourage everybody to click on that. And again, I'll go right back to it from the website. It's right over here. You see it? It's simple. And again, all this credit goes to your clerk being proactive on this. And but with that said, I'd like to show you just a new feature that we've added as it relates to the website, specifically as it relates to your budget process. Anything that's on that trim notice, obviously I put together. And I get the information from different sources, and whenever I accumulate that and send the trim notices out, it's very simple to take that data and make it very user friendly. And one of those that I'd like to kind of bring to the attention is what they call the tax distribution. And I'm going to pick on the Brackett family here for a little bit, just because their building's downtown. Everybody will know it. We're going to do an address search of 2145. Once you click on it. All right, you got to have the number lock thing. Hold on one second. There we go. 14th Avenue. And this will bring up the Courthouse Executive Center is where we're going with this. And so let's, I'll just click on, I don't know, this is a good one right here. That should look familiar to everybody. But as we're seeing a movement at the state level where they're looking at requiring the real estate tax disclosure, because as you may be aware that properties that are homesteaded and have been for several years, the assessed value of those properties can only go up by 3% or the consumer price index, whichever's less. And this last year on that trim notice was the first time since I've been there as property appraiser that it actually did go to the full 3%, because before that there was no inflation, and therefore the CPI, the consumer price index, for the first year was 1.4%, and the year after that was 1.6%. So those values have been held artificially low. Where that hits the new homeowner is the assessed value will reset closer to the market value, and there can be quite a surprise in the tax amount, the amount of taxes that are paid. As interest rates rise, and as the values get assessed or get raised closer to the market value, it's starting to put some buyers, even more marginal buyers now, out of affordability and being able to get conventional financing. So this legislature right now, they're entertaining ideas as far as making this a part of the real estate contract, to where they the disclosure is right in there about what somebody can anticipate the ad valorem taxes being. But you come right over here where you see the tax distribution right here above the picture there, and when you click on that, there it is. It tells you the millage rate for every municipality or every entity, from emergency services to the city of Vero Beach, to Florida Inland Navigational District, to the school board. Tells you how much for a year, for a half year, even on a daily basis if you need to bake that into your budgeting process. And here's the pie chart for you to look at. And one interesting thing about this that I always point out to everybody is about half your taxes go to the school district. And to the school district's defense, they are only, they are required, it's called a required local effort, about what they have to assess, because of course public education is funded at the state level. So with that, this was just a conversation that Commissioner Adams and I had the other day, and I figured it'd be interesting for everybody to come over and look at it. But also, as this relates, if you pull a property up that somebody's looking for specifically, let's just say they're looking at buying this property from the Brackett family. You can change this value, and let's just say that they're going to pay $3 million. And then you can mute that. It'll change those instantly and show you what your tax liability will be. And I chose a commercial property here. Again, if it's a residential property, go to it. Because I have the name, address, and location of every parcel in the county, I know the millage rate. I know where they are in the county, whether the Sebastian Inlet, whether it's Indian River Farms, whether it's, you name it. We're able to have that right there, so it gives you a good indication. What is also interesting, and this was an aha moment for Commissioner Adams, is we looked up a property in Fellsmere. And then we ran that same property, but we changed the jurisdiction from Indian River Shores. And it was interesting how the property in Indian River Shores taxes dropped. It's because they have the lowest millage rates in the county. And therefore, I've been going around to a lot of civic associations, doing a realtors group tomorrow in Sebastian, Exchange Club in Sebastian, and then also the Rotary at noon tomorrow, or Wednesday. But that's a lot of aha moments on some of these things whenever you point it out. But I just wanted to bring this to your attention and tell you where we're going with it next. Since the county has passed the ordinance for the community development districts, that's going to be important for people to understand what they're getting into. Since non-ad valorem assessments are on your trim notice, that means I have that information. So where we're going to go with this, eventually, whenever the CDDs, and I believe that will happen, I believe that the Graves Brothers annexation will be probably a CDD. You have it in your ordinance now. I clearly think whenever Corrigan's comes forward and when the FJV we're going to see more of this, it's, in my opinion, like it or not. And so how I'm going to start preparing for this is the non-ad valorem assessment that we have, the largest in Indian River County is the St. John's Improvement District out in the Marsh area, the predominantly agriculture. That's about $150 per acre per year, and it has nothing to do with ag classification or value of any kind. It's clearly a large portion of the tax bill out there. And so we're going to start out there adding the non-ad valorem assessments. What that will also do, it will include your street lighting districts. It'll include those other, the MSBU that you have for Fellsmere, or not Fellsmere, I'm sorry, Vero Lake Estates, and how much that is. It'll all show up. And the only thing that I don't have at this point that I'm trying to wrap my mind around how I would like to go with it, I'd also like to incorporate the stormwater fees that residents are paying in Fellsmere, Sebastian, and now in Vero Beach, just to where a property owner can have full transparency about how much they're going to strike a check for the local governments from their ad valorem and non-ad valorem assessment. Any questions?
Any questions?
Oh, thank you, Wesley. We did have a very interesting conversation. We got way off topic and went down the rabbit hole of your website. So there's a lot of information there. I know a lot of people in the community enjoy being able to maneuver through that and find that. So thank you for that, and thank you for coming and sharing it with
Thank you, and I've got some other things coming. I'm doing some video snippets about how to, the more people can get the information themselves from the website, the less it costs the taxpayers for an employee. And there's a lot of, it's very user-friendly, and it's just, you know, some of the nuances on there. Once they see it, it'll be some aha moments, and they'll be able to figure it out. And again, this isn't to snoop on your neighbor. I mean, the information's there, but really what this is, at the end of the day, is I want one of two determinations. One, we made a mistake and we got to fix it on our end, or B, that taxpayer is being treated fair like their neighbors. And that's really what this is all about. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, excuse me, I'd like to thank property appraiser Wesley Davis for acknowledging the fraud thing, but I also want to give him credit. He's been very innovative since he took over, and he initiated a project we're working with our IT staff, with his IT staff, to connect searches and stuff, and so he's very good there, and I want to thank him for that. The thing that he mentioned about the fraud, I want to make everybody aware that you have to register your name in different ways in order for you to get that email. If you just register Joseph Ehrman, you only get an email when something is recorded as Joseph Ehrman. If you want to, if whatever your middle name is, let's say it's John, then you should register as Joseph John Ehrman or John Ehrman, and you'll get emails every time something is recorded in those names. We know fraudsters are not going to, they're going to figure out every which way to try to get something accomplished. So I would recommend that you not only do it in your formal name, but all other aliases that you can come up with your name, so that you'll get emails every time something is recorded under that name, and that'll protect you. But thank you for bringing that up.
This is really on the public's mind. It's interesting how whenever I do any kind of a speaking engagement, it just sucks the oxygen out of the room. They're really not worried necessarily about what ad valorem values are out there. This deed fraud is really, at Broward County, for example, they have a whole unit of former sheriff's deputies, and they're investigating it. They get it to the point where they have it ready for the state attorney to prosecute. Of course, I don't have that budget and can't, but that's why I'm trying to do as much as I possibly can with the limited resources that we have.
Commissioners, any questions?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Great job. All right. Moving on to public items, public discussion items. 10B1, request to speak from Ms. Sylvia Telezinski on widening the north end of Old Dixie to 2 full lanes. Ms. Telezinski, I think I got that right.
Yes, at the northeast corner of Indian River County, just before you get to the Sebastian River, you have US 1, you have Indian River Drive that comes together, and just prior to that, you have Roseland Road. between Indian River Drive and US 1 is Old Dixie. It originates off of US 1 in Sebastian by Captain Hiram's as North Central Boulevard. Jackson Street, it changes to Old Dixie. Approximately 5 properties from Roseland Road where it ends at the stop sign, the road narrows. All right. The center line and the outside lines disappear at that point. The road narrows from approximately 275 inches to 202 inches. That's over 6 feet. It's very uncomfortable driving that short distance. It's very dangerous, especially if there's walkers or bikers. And several times I've had to stop my vehicle to let the passing opposite vehicle pass because there's no center line. And several times my right wheels were off of the pavement. And with the development now, the renovation of El Capitan manufactured home, and also with the Pelican Key he's developing also, there's going to be 48 to 50 new families in there, and some with vehicles, 2 vehicles. So you're going to wind up with 50 to 70 new vehicles going out onto the Old Dixie, because it's a one-way street from Indian River Drive to Old Dixie. They can only exit on the Old Dixie. And in order to get to US 1, they either have to go south to Jackson or north to Roseland Road, which then puts more burden on that narrowed street. So we're losing over 6 feet of pavement, which I'd like to have put down.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, it sounds like a reasonable request, and thank you for coming in to speak with us today.
Mr. Zito?
I will say, Mr. Chairman, this has been conveyed directly to our Public Works Director, and is analyzing the possibilities.
Good enough.
Okay.
We're looking into it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. 10B2 was deleted. Let's move on to public notice items. 10C1, public notice of public hearing for March 28th, 2023 to consider an ordinance concerning residence requirements. Counselor.
Thank you. It sounds like you nailed it for me, Chair. Public notice item of a public hearing for March 28, 2023. This will be to consider an ordinance concerning residency requirements for registered sex offenders. Again, this will be a public hearing which will be held on March 28, 2023. And with that, I turn it back over to the Chair.
Thank you, Counselor. Going to 12, Community Development. 12A1, consideration of the purchase of county-owned property on remedy private encroachments on Lot 8, Block E, Unit L of Vero Lake Estates. Ms. Guerra.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, commission. Rebecca Guerra, Chief, Code Enforcement, Environmental Planning. All right, let me get this here. All right, so what we have before us today is consideration of a purchase of county-owned property to remedy private encroachments on a county-owned lot in Vero Lake Estates. So I'm going to try to go slow on this because there's a lot of moving components on here, and I want to make sure that I hit it so that we can understand exactly what's being asked for today, okay? So Nancy and Herb Schroer are owners of Lot 9, with the specific address of 7985 in Vero Lake Estates. They are tenants on the property, which is actually Miss Keller is the daughter of Mr. Herb Schroer. So she and her husband are residing in that residence. On May 10th, the Public Works Department identified possible unpermitted private encroachments on county-owned property located next door. And these encroachments, which were made by the tenants, include a fence, accessory structure, retaining wall, culvert, and driveway. So this is basically, you can see in January of 19th how, on the left, how the property was laid out before the improvements were made. And you can see on the right, aerial taken in January of 2022, how the driveway was expanded to the north beyond the property line. A structure was constructed inconsistent with the setbacks for the zoning district and also within the easement. A retaining wall was constructed and a fence was constructed. And then drainage improvements were also done within the easement. So while the aerial tells you a good story of what happened, the boundary survey sort of delineates where those easements are and where the property line ends. And so you see here, the red lines depict those easement boundaries. So each lot in Vero Lake Estates has a 10-foot public drainage and utility easement. Those are delineated in red, and that sort of orangey area is the area of the easements on both of those lots. Also, there's a drainage easement to the rear of those lots in the Vero Lake Estates. Now, those improvements that the Kellers did without a permit encroach within this adjacent lot, so this lot 8, beyond this property line in green, up to this area. So you can see here's the gravel that they laid down. Here is part of the shed that lies within that easement. So again, that orange area is an easement. There were no declarations of covenants that were approved. As a matter of fact, they were denied for any encroachments. So there were a lot of things that were done, but this boundary survey pretty much depicts what was done. So the area in which the improvements were encroached upon are part of a larger series of lots that the county has set aside for drainage purposes. There are 8 total lots. You can see them here laid out. The one starred is the lot in question where the encroachments took place. I just wanted you to have a broader sense of why those easements exist and how they fit within the larger scope of drainage within that area. So on May 11th, as I stated previously, on May 10th, we received the possible complaint from Public Works of any violations. On the 11th, staff went out and did a site visit, and we issued a notice of code violation for the below cited code infractions that we found. And then the case was brought before the Code Enforcement Board on June the 27th. And they were in fact found in violation of those code violations. I'm going to put them as briefly as I can. There was alterations of right-of-way or easements without a valid permit, illegal structure in the county right-of-way or easement, encroachment obstruction in the right-of-way or easement, no building permits for anything that was constructed, and a zoning district use violation, which was that we didn't know what the structure was being used as. Was it a shed? Was it an ADU? There was that question of what it was being utilized, because it's a rather large structure. The tenants then contacted the Public Works Director after that code board meeting to determine if a portion of the county-owned property could be purchased to remedy the encroachments. The Public Works Director met with the tenant, or the singular tenant, Ms. Keller, and agreed to the remedy, that is, in principle, to sell whatever portion might be needed to fix those encroachments, if the following steps and conditions could be met. Now, this is a very brief synopsis of what he told her, but in essence, it captures what she needed to do. So that is produce a survey of the existing conditions, both on the lot where the house sits and where the encroachments go on the adjacent county-owned lot. Prepare a sketch and description of the property that has to be bought from the county. Based on that survey, it's approximated that about 6 or 7 feet would be needed. And then hire a appraisal company to provide an appraisal of the county property and its fair market value. To date, that first bullet point has been done by the tenant, which is that boundary survey that I showed you. That was the survey that she produced with the survey that she contracted to create existing conditions on both of those lots. In addition, the tenants need to address the following outstanding issues. Now, these are issues outside of what has to be done beyond purchasing the county lot, right? There are other things that need to be done that cannot be solved just by buying county property. She needs to obtain building permits and final inspections for the existing fence and wall, and any portions of the unpermitted driveway within the property limits. She needs to obtain a declaration of covenant approval for the portions of the fence and the wall that were located within the side yard easement. And she also needs to obtain building permits and final inspections, or if the structure is an ADU, CO for the accessory building itself. Once all of those things have been done, that is what was on the previous slide and what's on this slide, all of those things have to be done, and all of the issues are resolved. Staff can then prepare an agenda for the commission to consider the actual sale for the property that's needed in order to bring all of this into compliance. So, before directing the tenants to complete additional steps to purchasing the property, that's doing the final survey for what needs to be purchased, creating the legal description, doing the appraisals, getting how much the land would cost, all of those additional expenses, staff is seeking this board's direction on the following. So, whether the board would consider purchasing of a strip of county-owned property by a private resident to remedy the encroachments identified in this presentation and provide conditional approval, not final approval, subject to completing all of those steps that I talked about previously, or denial for the purchase. We have the Director of Public Works here to answer any questions. We also have our esteemed attorney that can answer any questions regarding the purchase of the property and the steps that are entailed therein, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
I have a question. If the purchase is not approved, what would the property owner have to do to come into compliance?
So it would be two steps. So, well, not two steps, it would be multiple steps, but within those two larger moves. The first would be to remove anything that would encroach upon county land, a county-owned property. She would also need to restore remove any improvements that were done within the easements and within all the improvements, that is the drainage improvements, all those driveway improvements to gravel. It's also within county-owned property. She would also need to submit for permits for all of the improvements that she wants to keep on her property and move out of any setbacks that might be in. She needs to relocate the shed or remove the shed altogether so that it's outside of the setbacks and outside of any easements, because a declaration of covenant will not approve or will not allow structures of that type within any easement. And she needs to get that declaration of covenant for the improvements that the county is willing to accept that fall within those areas.
So basically, to sum it up, remove the driveway, the retaining wall, the drainage improvements, and move the shed or building, because it doesn't look like it's a temporary shed, it's like built.
It's built, but it is.
It is movable, and move that over, and then restore everything to what it looked like in the 2019 picture. Okay.
Could you put my PowerPoint back up, do you mind?
Or their other option is to jump through all these hoops, provide all the surveys, get everything permitted properly after the fact, which is in and of itself a process, and then purchase the 6 or 7 feet, whatever they need to remedy the situation.
So our assistant director had a really great idea, which was put together this table that showed exactly what needed to be done in addition to purchasing the county right-of-way. And then if the county, exactly your question, which is that last bullet point, if the county right-of-way is not purchased,
Okay.
what are the steps that need to be taken? And I sat down with Ms. Keller, who unfortunately couldn't be here today. She is rather ill and didn't want to make anyone around her more ill. But I did go through this table with her, and I walked her step by step exactly what needed to be done, both with this process of purchasing the county right-of-way and in addition to what needed to be done in order to bring the property into compliance.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, have we ever done anything like this before? Was that a no?
I certainly don't recall this, but I certainly, Bill DeBrawl is coming to the podium.
Good morning, Commissioners. Bill DeBrawl on behalf of the County Attorney's Office. I cannot remember anything like this where they're coming and asking for forgiveness instead of permission. This is a case of first impression that I can recall. Right. And my other question would be, has the building department had the opportunity to inspect the structure so that it will probably pass and receive a building permit? or is it just a do-it-yourself structure that was thrown up that's not going to meet wind speed requirements?
So the building department has not had a chance to inspect the structure. Building permits have not been submitted. Because of the size of the structure, it would require engineering as it's over 100 square feet in size. Ms. Keller is aware of that, and she has indicated that she has had preliminary discussions with an engineer to have that done. Now, it hasn't taken place, but she has told me that she is aware of that need and is prepared to contract with someone to make it happen.
Mr. Chair, with all of that being said, I'm not in favor of it. I think it needs to, all of that stuff needs to be removed. We're setting a standard allowing bad behavior, no permits, basically doing what they want to do on our property. Can't have that precedent.
Mr. Chair, did they happen to say why they did this? Did they think it was their property? Did they not understand it was county property? It seems highly irregular.
There were a multitude of reasons given. She wasn't aware of where the property line was. She thought that she could lay it down and it would be okay. As I said, there were a multitude of reasons that were given. None of them were actually verified or quantified, but she has expressed remorse for her actions. She has indicated that she understands that what she did was wrong, or what they did was wrong. She is doing everything. She has indicated that she's doing everything that she can to try to rectify the situation, and so she's seeking for some sort of remedy to see if she can keep the improvements, but purchase the county-owned property in order to have them stay where they are.
Well, if I understand it correctly from the map that you showed, there are 8 pieces of property like this, so there would be 7 other ones where this kind of, mistake could occur. Do we need to get the word out that somehow to explain to them that that's county property to prevent this from happening in the future?
Got to move it.
Those areas are found and clearly delineated on folks' boundary surveys. It's this. I would equate that sort of information to the same thing as speed limits. So we know where they're posted. We know what they are. Ignorance of those speed limits does not refute compliance or enforcement of those speed limits.
So then they would have known that it was county property. Is that what you're saying?
If they have a boundary survey, they would have known where they are, and if they ever had to do any kind of survey on their property, they would have known the limits of their own properties, regardless of whether it was county-owned or not. The limits of your property, of your private property, are the limits of your private property.
So it was a deliberate action. Is that what you're saying?
Of course it was.
It appears to have been so, but again, I'm sorry that the applicant is not
Okay,
here.
I'm just trying to understand it.
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
I don't think, I don't know. She's not here. I've had a conversation with her several times, and, whether it was deliberate or ignorance, I get ignorance of the law is just as bad as doing something deliberately. But irregardless, this process, whether she moves it or she doesn't, is going to cost a vast ton of money. Because we haven't even gotten into what the price for the 6 or 7 feet may be. And I know that whether they did it intentionally, whether they did it accidentally, however it happened, they've obviously invested a lot of money in the improvements. And the 6 or 7 feet isn't going to make or break the future drainage needs for the property that they have encroached upon. I'm not condoning what they did by any stretch of the imagination, but I would venture to guess, based on the cost that this in the long run will cost her, that it's very much a deterrent for anybody else to do it the wrong way. That being said, we had a situation several months ago with a gentleman who had a shed that he built that was not the exact right size, and we were asked to make or in the right place, I believe, and we were asked to make an exception for him because of the amount of money he had invested into this shed in his backyard, and we did that. I just feel like part of our role, yes, is to enforce rules, and we have rules for a reason. But at the same time, if we can find a solution that is not egregious to help them remedy the problem, then that is also our role, to try to find solutions to difficult problems in the long term. So I would be in favor of this process moving forward, but those are my 2 cents on it.
Mr. Fleischer.
Mr. Chair, we don't know if this building is going to pass any type of wind speed, but to compare it with a shed, which we can easily do, to a larger building that may take some time for engineering and assessment. And again, I don't want to say intentionally, unintentionally, accidentally, it was done. And, you know, a little pile of dirt, once you own a little pile of dirt, you know the survey is required. It's, no matter what you do, the property was bought and survey was required for the bank, required for many number of things, including, I think, our property appraiser, our clerk of the court. All that information needs to be established. You change a window in your house, you need a permit. Let's not talk about accidental, intentional, or otherwise. This was all wrong. Of course we're going to ask for forgiveness at this point. First time it happened. I don't support doing that. It's going to take a lot more money to have it checked and engineered. I think error made, error corrected, not in favor of any type of mitigation.
Mr. Chair, they didn't get a permit on purpose, right? Had they gotten the permit, things wouldn't have turned out this way. We cannot condone bad behavior. You mentioned the tenant several times. I'm curious if Dad even knows about what's going on, or if he's local. That would fall back on him, his oversight or lack of. So, Mr. Chair, if I can, I'm going to motion that we order staff and code enforcement team to reverse that, stop wasting our time, their time, and have this tenant owner replace everything, remove, get it off our property, because we can't have that action going on in this county. That's a motion.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
I'm sorry.
can I ask one more question?
Go ahead.
Okay. It's a legal question. Had they obtained a permit first, would we consider this sale that we're being asked to consider today?
If they would have come to us and said, hey, county, please sell us 6 feet of property so I can put up this shed and extend my driveway, I can't think of an instance where we have done something like that. All of these parcels were bought as part of the flood protection, or they were donated as part of the flood protection for Vera Lake Estates. But to answer your question, no,
No, there's
I can't think of it.
no precedent.
No,
Okay.
no, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yeah, to me, this is two different sides of the story. First of all, it's a great lesson for everybody out there to know if you're going to build something, anything, check and see if you need a permit or not. It's so vitally important that we do that, so the homeowner's not put in this position, and we're not also put in this position. It's kind of a tough call on this, but for me, it's going to cost a lot of money for them either way. I would let the process move forward, see where they want to go, and they only have two options. Either they have to make everything right, we have to agree to the sale, or it's going to have to be torn down and moved. I kind of looking for maybe your opinion or Rich's opinion on this. Is it too early, or do we just need to say, hey, you need to tear it down? And also, if we sell them the 6 foot of property, is it going to interfere with anything that we have, our drainage, anything? Is it gonna interfere with an adjacent property owner? Is it a big deal either way? We let them move through the process, get permits, stay where they are, or we have them tear everything down? What do you think?
Bruce Berger, Public Works Director. So when this first came to light, the Public Works position was remove all the stuff out of the easements and off county property. After having a conversation with Mr. Brown, we decided that we could try to go this route. They already did all the improvements. Code enforcement had been out there. They had this structure that was built that shouldn't have been built in the easements regardless. They had built the wall and everything. So our thought was, well, let's get a survey, let's see what we're talking about. It's not going to impact the overall drainage system that we put in the future for floodplain protection. It's 6 or 7 feet. Well, I don't condone this at all, and I agree with Commissioner Laura that I don't want to move this forward, but this was an option that we had, and we try to solve these hard problems without being hard line. Can we do this? Well, we looked at it. They only need 6 or 7 feet. That's why we're here today, is to figure out whether or not you guys will approve it. Either way, I can still make the drainage work in the future. This was basically bad behavior, but all the improvements are done, and it's going to cost them either way. So the question is, do we make them remove it all, or do we allow them to go forward, purchase the property, do all the other stuff that code enforcement has brought up outside of the easement, and we move forward? And that's pretty much why we're here.
Mr. Mattson?
Bill Mattson, Community Development Director, and yeah, I agree. So we have sold abandoned right-of-way to property owners before if we've defined that we don't need it. That's not the same situation as this, I'll admit that, but there are precedents for that sort of thing. So that's the first step. Second, we have a situation here. We have a lot of infrastructure that was built illegally on our property, but would cost a lot of money to remedy. We have rules for a reason. Usually I'm the bad guy or the referee in this as the head of code enforcement and planning. In this case, I think the win-win might just be sell the property. That brings revenue into the county. Let them keep the infrastructure they've put in there. That eliminates the burden on them to have to take it all back down. It's not like they built something terribly onerous. It still has to go through building inspections. So I agree with Mr. Sperk in this regard, and that's why we brought it forward, but it's ultimately your call.
Yeah, it seems to me like there's a no-win situation for the property owner. They're gonna have to cost them a lot of money whether they tear it down.
Welcome to my world.
Whether they leave it up. It has to go through the inspection process. If it's not engineered properly or it's not electrical and stuff's not done, that's all gotta be redone. They may look at it in the long run and say, hey, that's gonna be too expensive. We'll just tear it down and make everything right. I mean, I think there's a couple of options here.
No matter what happens, we're retaining the easement, the drainage easement, because I do have a pipe that goes through there. That's where the drainage from the road goes through that pipe into the into the rear yards. So even if we sell the property, there still will be an easement there.
Right.
So we have a motion, we have a second. So we're going to sell property to somebody that violated our codes and perhaps the law. So we have a motion and a second, so let's move it.
Yeah. Mr. Chair?
I can't say I disagree with you, but I think it's gonna cost either way. And, I mean, they're gonna have to go through the whole process over again.
It's not gonna cost
Or
us.
they're gonna have to tear it down. If they find that the building is not engineered properly and all this stuff, I think there's some things they ought to do. And if they can't do it, then it's gotta come down.
So just to clarify, this is today's request or the recommendation from staff is a conditional. This is by no
Right.
means a final. And so this commission still has the ability later when it comes before them, if and when it comes before them, she may decide that it's too costly to move forward. If it comes before you again, you have the ability at that point to finally approve it or finally deny it. Again, this is a conditional approval, just so that she knows whether she keep moving forward and expending the cost to appraise the property, to figure out how much the land would cost to have the money to buy the land, and then to make all the improvements that they would need in order to come into compliance.
Mr. Chair, you know, I realize we're trying to reduce the likelihood of the cost for the landowner, but this appears to be a reverse taking. if we did something like this, representing the taxpayer, I believe that both clocks would be cleaned. I don't understand how we're going to try to mitigate something so obviously errant and apparent that, well, okay, let's see if we can work this out. And the likelihood of this building to pass the task and test, it was built by owner. No permits. It's got to be forensically assessed, evaluated, wind speed calculations. You've hired an architect, haven't you? Do you know how much this is going to cost? Look what we're doing. I think limited investment, and let's take it down. Just, I don't see how we're wagering. We've done many scenarios. We asked about precedents. There were some where whole buildings were burned out, and we kicked the can down the road, and the applicant says, no, don't condemn it. We're gonna make this place a palace. I can make this happen. And yes, on occasion, we have said, okay, but we're gonna limit it to 6 months. And then in 6 months' time, if you don't have any progress, we're gonna go back to flipping the code enforcement switch and the demolition process. We've never gone in that direction where we didn't have to come back and say, throw the switch. I would recall something like that, because that would have been, we wouldn't be saying precedents today. I just think that this is too large scale. This is not a little doghouse or a shed, a little shed. This is a sizable endeavor, correct?
Commissioner Fletcher, it is a sizable structure. The structure itself, the applicant has indicated that they are willing to move it outside of the easement and outside of, to get it within the setbacks that it needs to have. The improvements that need, the encroachment that they made into the county property that needs to be purchased, as I stated in here and in here, you can see. Remember that this is the property line, and this is the area of the easement, and this is the area of the easement. So this is all their property. This is the shed in question, the structure in question. So the shed itself, the structure itself does not lie, I have to be careful with how I word it, does not lie within the county-owned property. The structure itself lies on private property. It happens to be within an easement that's on their property, and it happens to be within both the side setback and the rear setback. By hopefully purchasing the county-owned property, they would alleviate the violations of the gravel that was placed, the wall that was placed, and the fence that was placed. By moving the shed and obviously getting the permits that they would need, that would resolve that issue by moving it out of the setbacks and the easements. But the county-owned property does not affect the structure itself. But you are absolutely correct, sir. It needs to be engineered. It is, that in and of itself is a task unto itself, and a costly one at that. So you're absolutely correct. I just wanted to clarify that the shed itself is not on county property, and that the applicant has indicated that they are willing to move it and to put it into a place that would meet both the setbacks and the easement restrictions on her property.
Thank you.
For me, I think it's a little premature to say, go ahead and tear it down and take it out. I think we need to, it's my opinion that we need to let staff work this out. If they can't do it, then they've got to tear it down. I'm really not crazy about selling the property for somebody's mistake, making a difference, but if they can do some things that you're saying and bring it back to us, then I think we need to make a decision. I think it's conditional right now as to what they want to do and what they can do. If they can't do it, then, you should have got a permit. That's kind of the way I look at it. Mr. Paladin.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, can you please tell me what the motion is that's on the floor? the motion that's been made.
There hasn't been a motion made?
Yeah, I made the motion.
Oh, okay, I wasn't there.
About 20 minutes ago, but yeah, is to have them get into compliance, get their fence, whatever wall, off of the county's property, out of the easement, in compliance with all the setbacks. You know, we may be talking about 6 feet. I know Mr. Spurker uses that to clean those swales in the back on a frequent basis. So now we've got 6 or 7 feet encroaching. We're setting a bad precedent here, and I think we need to have them make it right, go back to normal.
Okay.
Violation.
I'm Joseph Paladin. I'm president of Black Swan. I've been a builder and developer in this county for almost 30 years. I'm also chairman of the Land Use Committee of the RNA. I support the motion. I think Commissioner Lohr and Commissioner Fleischer are absolutely correct. We're setting a bad precedence. Everybody knows anything you do, you have to pull a permit.
Exactly.
I mean, it's anything, you pull a permit for anything you do. So I think that we need to set the proper precedence, like Chairman Lohr, like Commissioner Lohr and Commissioner Fleischer said. And I don't know, years ago, 35 years ago, I worked with a very popular engineer in this county, Randy Mosby. The first thing he used to say, I'd rather ask for forgiveness and permission. That's sort of a joke. I don't think that's the way to go. I think I support the motion. It may be a little bit harsh, but it's harsh either way. It's going to cost money either way, so we might as well do the right thing. We don't want to set a precedence that the other people along there are going to think they can do the same thing. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it started without getting a permit.
Do me a favor and restate your motion, please.
Hold on. Another speaker.
Tuck, go ahead.
Tuck Farrell. I'd just like to bring up some things just to be helpful. Tuck Farrell. This could be a problem if the situation wasn't like this. You could create a non-conforming lot. They're planted lots in a subdivision. Now, this is just for the drainage purpose, so that may not happen, but it could happen some other place. You know, once you start selling off pieces of lots, you can create problems. And the other question that I had was answered, I think, that the drainage will still perform with this taken away, and there'll also be access for the drainage maintenance. And I guess there will still be maintenance access. I haven't seen this plot, but those are things, you know, for the future, non-conforming lots that you could create by selling things off. But if the county's just going to use this for drainage, that doesn't become a problem, I guess. You know, this is a special situation because it's more of a drainage thing. But if in the future you get into people doing this and then making it a lot smaller, it'd be hard for you to resell it, you know, because you have a non-conforming lot now, you know, in the county. So it's something to be careful of. But I think you could possibly work this either way. If they're satisfied the drainage will still work, that's a plus. But I just thought I'd bring up the non-conforming lot idea for the future. You know, as you start cutting down lots that are platted, it changes things. Thank you.
Counselor.
If I may, I want to be careful about what is the purview of the board versus the purview of code enforcement board. But what I clearly heard in the motion was to stop staff from continuing to work on this resolution of giving the property to this person, and continue moving forward with the code enforcement process as it is moving forward. Does that?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
We're rewarding bad behavior if we don't. Had they got the permit to start with, we wouldn't be having this conversation.
Okay, so the motion is to stop staff to continue moving forward and go through the code enforcement process. Mike?
I just want to reserve comment until after the vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That's the motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none? Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Farrell.
One other thing, I don't know, maybe Bill DeBrawl, Councilor DeBrawl can answer. This property is not presently in excisable state. And customarily, when people are looking for some easement or right-of-way acceptance or forgiveness or purchase, there's a process that occurs. And it goes through the entire building, all departments, to see if there's an effective use or a necessary use for that property. And that hasn't been done either. It's kind of like we're just running out into the field and hoping that we don't hit a tree. Counselor?
Correct, Commissioner. There's two different sets of circumstances that have been mentioned so far. We have the abandonment of right-of-way, and in the abandonment, there's no cost. We just divide the property down the middle, and each abutting landowner gets 50%. If the county, the second scenario would be if the county declares this property to be surplus, it would then be put up for public bid according to the statutes. I think in this case, we would be able to, I don't want to say make an exception, I think we would be able to accommodate the request through the appraisal process, declaring it surplus, given that it's only a 6 or 7 foot sliver, that it's a non-buildable type of lot, and we'd be able to go ahead and process the sale that way. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Counselor.
The other thing that I might suggest would be to put some sort of timeline. If the board does want to allow the landowner or the tenant to go forward 60 days, 90 days to be able to get a engineering certificate on the shed, or else just pull the plug.
So, either way, the process would the process have to be for that applicant or requester and with approval, or would it not be available to anybody? Let's say Ms. Guerra wants to buy that piece of property. Isn't that a public domain?
So I'll be happy to jump in on this point. Several years ago, the board adopted a change to our ordinance code, which authorized, in addition to those statutory processes set forth for unbuildable lots or lots under 15,000 and having a negotiated sale, the board also authorized to move forward with our real estate agent to move forward and negotiate private sales. That was the one process I could think of. If the board were interested in moving forward with this, that might be the way that would capture or solve that issue. But clearly, it's the board's decision as to whether you're even interested in having us continue to go down that path and research whether that would be the appropriate process.
But it's public land.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
Counselors, are we to the point in this process where the board has to decide, or are we strictly deciding about whether we want to sell the property or not?
As I view it, is staff was trying to come up with a potential avenue to resolve the issue other than the code enforcement case. We just wanted to make sure that we had direction from this board that we were going down a path that you were comfortable with us going down and that the property owner was going to go down. Certainly this board can say at this point, we're not interested in all it's selling it, and that's basically what the motion is. And if that's the direction of the board, we will be happy to listen to that direction. But Mr. Sobczak has approached the podium.
Andy.
For the record, Andy Sobczak, Assistant Community Development Director. Just to shed some additional light on part of the impetus of us bringing this forward is there is a code enforcement case that's ongoing. And that case is continually scheduled in front of the board, and staff has to inform the board, hey, one of these options is going to take a lot longer, and so give them more time, give the respondents more time and more time. At some point, the code enforcement board could levy a fine against the tenants or the owner for noncompliance. So we want to have some surety to tell the code enforcement board, look, the Board of County Commissioners has conceptually approved this idea. Please give us more time so that these details can be worked out.
Haven't they had over a year?
It's been approximately 1 year, yeah.
What I thought.
It just seems to me, excuse me, and please, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, is that this this needs to go through staff a little bit further to see what can be done, whether it's move the building off the property is one option, do all the things they need to get them to move it. I mean, we've had this stuff before where people have had to relocate their building because they didn't get a permit or they encroached on property. They didn't meet the 5-foot setback or something like that. It seems to me like we're being a little premature on offering the sale of property, as I don't think the process has gone all the way that it should to say, ma'am, these are your options. Can you do this? If you can't do this, then I think staff has the right to say you have to remove the property. So I think I agree with what Dylan's saying is that we don't have to sell the property. We can say no, and y'all can continue to do the process you're doing, and maybe they can correct it. I mean, I don't want to sit here as a board and say, you have to tear it down right now. Right now, you tear it down, you didn't get a permit. Because I know that we work with people that have done this in the past. And if they can correct their wrongs by still moving it off, we can do that. But no, I'm really not for selling the property because I don't think I don't think, we need to.
Mr. Chair, they don't have to tear it down. They said they could move it. They could move it back within the setbacks and make it right.
But well, my point is, what I'm saying, I think staff needs to look at, it needs to go further through staff before it would come back.
They would have to remove the driveway, and they would have to remove the fence, and they would have to remove the fill that was put in, and they would have to remove the culvert that was put in. It's not just a building.
Right.
There's a lot of other stuff in there that would be costly to remove as it was costly to put in. And I understand everybody's point that they should have known and they should have gotten permits, but I would remind everybody that not every resident in our community is as savvy as the people that are sitting up here because they don't do this every day. And in general, we try to be helpful rather than harmful to our residents. And this is a solution that staff has worked through as an option to help us get to a point where we're not being heavy-handed with residents. They still have a vast number of fines to pay and hoops to jump through and all sorts of things that they would have to do to even avail themselves of this solution. But this is a solution that's not as heavy-handed as, well, you messed up, you should have done it, and now we're going to impose the full weight of our authority and have you remove that and put it all back. And instead, here's a solution where perhaps we can get to a middle ground like we've done on other issues with code enforcement, whether it was the person with the pool, whether it was the person with the shed a couple months ago, whether it was right-of-way that we've sold to property owners because we no longer were going to build a road. I mean, there's any number of illustrations where we have done our utmost best to try to work with our residents and be helpful. And I think that's what code enforcement is trying to give the opportunity to work through this, to see if it's something that we could be in a position to be helpful instead of harmful, and it would still come back to us for a final decision. But I'm already hearing where everybody is. I just think at the end of the day, it's a very heavy-handed, not very helpful role of the government that we would be taking at that position. And I just think that our role is to be helpful and not harmful, and this is the exact opposite of that.
Members of the commission, if I can say one thing to wrap up, basically why we're here, why staff has brought this before you. I came on board about 1.5 years, almost 2 years ago. I came having researched this county and seeing that this is a county that treats code enforcement in a code compliant manner. We seek to find compliance instead of using the stick. From Andy, who ran code enforcement to below, to the very ethos of our planning director. We come to you with an option to find code compliance and to see if it's the favor of this board, whether they would like to move forward in that manner. It's an option, it's not the only option, but we do so in the spirit that I believe that this county works, which is to give folks as many options as we can, and then we decide which is the appropriate one to move forward. That's why we're here before you today. That's the ethos of this department. It's certainly the ethos of our director, Phil Mattson, and it's how we proceed with every case to find compliance rather than moving forward directly to enforcement. I wanted to tell you personally why it is that we brought this option before you, why we introduced this to the applicant or the respondent, so that way they would have options, and ultimately they knew that it would be the deciding factor would be the Board of County Commissioners, whether that option was a viable one or not. Thank you so much.
I have heard staff, Mr. Mattson, Mr. Spurker, Mr. Guerra, come up and say, basically let staff handle this through. Give us the option to do these things, and it'll come back before the board. I think that would be the wise decision, but Mr. Commissioner Fleischer.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to ask Ms. Guerra, this is going on for a year now.
Yes, sir. This went before as an evidentiary hearing on June 27th before the Code Enforcement Board.
How long have they had the options to be creative and correct this? And maybe, I mean, I realize you'll work with the citizens, but
So Ms. Keller indicated that she needed more time because she was having trouble getting a surveyor to go out to the site in a timely manner after she had met with the Public Works Director. So after she had met with the Public Works Director, she began to look in earnest for a surveyor to be able to produce the documents that would be needed to start the process for asking for the ability to purchase the land that would be needed.
it was very costly.
Both the appraisal of it, that process in and of itself, and then the purchasing of the
The
property.
forensic and then, yeah. So about a year?
As I said, the notice of violation went out in May. The evidentiary hearing was held on June 27th, and we're now in March, so.
Well, I'd like to appear to be all the things that you're saying that this county is known for. I think this is a scenario that's beyond that. It's outside of the diagram. So I appreciate it. And yes, we have done things about sheds or, had heard appeals about pools and things that were necessary, that maybe something was done wrong, but could be forensically assessed and corrected or evaluated and stated accordingly. I just think this one's a big one. And I appreciate all of this, but I still feel the same way. And if it doesn't go that way, if it goes back to staff, I think we're going to be back in just a few months because it's not going to move. Hope I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Thank you.
Mr. Barney.
Yes, David Barney, 1550 East Penland Street in Sebastian. I think you guys are overthinking this. I looked at the plan that she proposed. The driveway could be moved to the other side of the house. The building can be moved outside your easements and brought up to code. Engineers do that all the time. Had they applied for a permit, they would have found this out and probably built it that way, and we would not be here right now. I do not believe you should set a precedent by selling county property. Thank you.
Commissioners, anything else? All right, we have a motion to stop staff to continue working on this and move forward with the code enforcement. Is that correct? The motion was made by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion?
We've done that. We've done that.
Seeing,
Mr. Chairman?
yes, sir.
I just want you to know, it still allows them to correct this because the process still continues on. It will begin to elevate, as most code enforcement cases do. And at that time, once they come into compliance by moving the shed and doing the corrective actions and having it assessed, which is going to be extremely costly, either way, then it'll come into compliance and the fine goes like this, historically. And so we're going to be in the same place. It's just not having staff work this in this manner with the sight of the applicant to also have consideration for purchasing land. I think we're going in the wrong direction, but either way, they have options to make this right. It'll probably be less costly when you think about not having to buy county land as well, which we don't even know is for sale.
This may sound stupid, but it seems like the motion's to stop staff to continue to move forward and move forward with the code enforcement on this. Code enforcement is staff. So you would continue to work, you're gonna continue to work on this no matter what. Do you present, Counselor, do they present options to the code enforcement board on what to do? And does it, and with this motion, does it not come back to the commission at all?
So the motion is for staff to stop working on basically the concept of the county selling a portion of its property. The reason why I added in there is that the code enforcement process would continue to work is because code enforcement staff and the code enforcement board have a separate process outside of the purview of the Board of County Commissioners. And it's simply just the idea is that's not a solution on the table, and they need to keep going through their process to the code enforcement board with the code enforcement staff direction. And I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Everybody understand that? Ms. Fleischer, Ms. Lowe, everybody understand that we're good?
We got it.
Okay, well, that's the motion on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 3-2.
Wait a minute.
No? No? I think it was another number.
4.
Is it a no?
4-1.
4-1.
Oh, right.
4-1 with Adam.
Yes.
No, 3.
I'm the only one against it. Everybody else voted
You
for
voted
it.
for it. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 3-2.
That math thing.
Okay. Motion passes 4-1. With that
Chairman,
being
that-
said, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, that, for the record, that moots my,
Sorry, go
my,
ahead.
my reservation of time is now mooted by the vote, so thank you.
Let's take a 10-minute break.
Field it.
All right. Call the meeting back to order. We're moving on to 12C, General Services. 12C1, South Oslo Riverfront Conservation Area, FDEP Resiliency Grant and Development of a cost-share agreement with the St. Johns River Water Management District. And I see we have the dynamic duo in front of us. So whichever one wants to lead this off. Yeah, that mic's not working. Didn't seem like either one of those are working.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me better now?
That one is.
Okay.
Believe me, I can tell.
Apologies for that. So like I was mentioning, this project is really about resiliency and restoration. As you're probably aware, the governor has set aside a lot of money towards resiliency efforts. And in fact, in 2021, 2022, $20 million was set aside solely for resiliency. So can you just move my slides forward? Thank you. Just for those in the public that may not be familiar with some of this terminology, resiliency is related to the ability for a natural system to recover after a heavy disturbance. So in Florida, obviously, we have hurricanes and droughts and flooding and storm surges that all cause a lot of issues, both in natural areas as also in residential areas. So FDEP has come forth and put aside a whole bunch of money towards resiliency. A lot of it has been going to South Florida, but we're lucky enough to have an opportunity here in Indian River County. So for those of you that don't know where South Oslo is, it's where the star is on our map here. It is just south of Oslo Road, adjacent to the Oslo Riverfront Conservation Area to the north. And I've also highlighted in the very top of the screen the Lagoon Greenway, which a lot of people obviously walk in our community. Sorka was acquired between the years of 2000 and 2005 using our bond money, and it's approximately 143 acres, and it consists of 3 parcels. Next slide. Whenever we look at a restoration project, one of the first things that we like to do is look at historic imagery. It really tells a great picture of what goals you may or may not be able to achieve, and I always find these aerials interesting to look at. This is a 1951 image of generally where the property is. You can see obviously most of this area wasn't developed at that point, and the interesting factor is the highlight of the project that we're talking about is what I've surrounded in blue. That you see on that aerial is what we classify in the biology world as high marsh. I think I've been before you guys before talking about the lack of high marsh that we have in our communities and how important high marsh is in terms of a habitat for wildlife as far as water quality and a lot of other benefits. So as we move forward, can I have the next slide, please? Thank you. One of the highlights that we've talked about at a lot of the different meetings is that a lot of high marsh, 40,000 acres as a matter of fact, has been converted into mosquito impoundments. while these mosquito impoundments are obviously very important, obviously we wouldn't be able to enjoy the outdoors without them. What happens when they're converted to these impoundments is they lose a lot of their wildlife habitat when they're diked and bermed, and they eventually convert into mangrove communities. As I mentioned earlier, the salt marsh areas that were there in the 50s provided unique plant and animal habitat to the Indian River Lagoon, and they also serve to filter pollutants and protect the shorelines. The purpose of, one of the keys that I probably should explain here is what is an impoundment. A mosquito impoundment is put in place because salt marsh mosquitoes like to breed on mud flats. So the concept is to build a dike, and then behind that dike the waters are impounded, and that certainly doesn't allow for any open, flat, sandy areas for the mosquitoes to breed. So while that works really well for controlling mosquitoes, obviously that results in a significant hydrologic impact and change in the habitat. So the rim impoundments that were put in place really are dominated by red mangroves because those are really the only species that can tolerate that level of inundation for that duration. So as we move forward about 50 years ago that you see this 1974 arrow, you can see the development of the perimeter dike along the South Oslo property. And you're already seeing changes in the landscape. You can see mangroves moving in to a greater extent. You see the high marsh is slowly being converted into other areas. And it's really that western portion of South Oslo that is the focus of this grant opportunity. This is a map that I prepared that's kind of a current land use map of South Oslo. If you look at the eastern portion, you can see a very dense red mangrove community. To the extreme west of the area, we have some pine flatwoods and some mixed hardwood hammock areas. It's really the central portion where you see the treated Brazilian pepper and the hammock edge that is the focus of this opportunity. What we're looking to do is to remove the earthen dike that goes along the east side of the mangrove impoundment and create a natural connection for a free exchange of waters between the lagoon and these areas. Hopefully what this effort would do would not only provide some resiliency from flooding, but also our hammock community, which is that gold area sort of in the center of the site, is slowly transitioning into what Beth and I are kind of characterizing as a transitional wetland. We're losing trees, we're losing a lot of that habitat. And that maritime hammock habitat is actually a diminishing resource in the county as well. If you go to Oslo Riverfront Conservation Area or Lagoon Greenway, you'll see kind of in that zone a lot of dead cabbage palms, a lot of dead oak trees. It's a community in transition, and unfortunately, it's not a very positive transition. So the thought for reconnecting this impoundment is to have that free exchange of waters, but also to alleviate that long-term inundation that happens at times. If you look in the middle of this map where you see the mangroves, you'll see there is a ditch that does come out and connect the Indian River Lagoon to South Oslo, but that is really the only connection at this point. So the remainder of that area remains fairly highly isolated hydrologically. So I just wanted to give a little Indian River Lagoon background issues. Since the early 2000s, the county has been working on development projects to improve water quality and habitat within the IRL and within the Conservation Lands Program specifically. We have dedicated a lot of thought and time into converting a lot of our lagoon front properties and maximizing that habitat and that restoration opportunity. But one of the things that I've been talking about today is that loss of high marsh habitat. So the goal for this project is twofold. One is to alleviate the flooding to that hammock area so that we can hopefully conserve that resource. But the other goal is a secondary effort to try and maybe restore some of that high marsh habitat. So about this opportunity in general, Dr. Chuck Jacoby, who is the head of the estuary section for the Water Management District, contacted Beth and me back in 2021 and asked us for opportunities that might provide resiliency efforts along the lagoon. At that time, DEP was working very closely with the Water Management District to identify projects throughout the state, and we were lucky enough to be selected and contacted by Dr. Jacoby in order to see if there was an opportunity that would work for our county. So Beth and I had talked with their staff and identified Sorka as a great opportunity, in as much as the perimeter dike along the east side is no longer part of the RIM process. So the Mosquito Control District is no longer actively operating that system for mosquito control. It's pretty much a natural system. The process that we talked about would be to reconnect the dike by means of removing the majority of the spoil and putting it into the adjacent ditch. That allows for the free exchange of waters, but also, in particular, fisheries, which is a huge problem that we have in our area, because a lot of those high marsh areas were fantastic habitat for nursery fish and invertebrates. And as I mentioned, the reconnection also increases the resiliency of the system by alleviating those really long-term flooding events. There'll be a constant exchange of waters between the lagoon and the marsh systems. This is a shot of a similar project. Brevard County has been working on doing these kinds of projects for many years now. I'm not aware that we're doing anything in Indian River County, certainly not on conservation lands. So this is way larger of a berm than we have at South Oslo, but you can see it's a very simple project. It's no more than just taking that earthen dike out, removing that spoil and putting it into the adjacent ditch where the spoil came from in the first place, and then allowing for that free exchange of waters. I put together a draft workflow chart just for your edification on how we've been talking with Dr. Jacoby about how this may work. The FDP is funding the process as a whole, and they work through St. Johns River Water Management District, who would then in turn develop an agreement with Indian River County. We have been lucky enough to get in touch with Ducks Unlimited, who is a restoration organization among many other things. One of their lead biologists is a gentleman named Jeff Beal, who Beth and I have worked with on numerous projects. He's a phenomenal fisheries and just a great wildlife biologist. He's had a history at Harbor Branch and other entities. So our thought for the process is Ducks Unlimited is doing this work up in Brevard County right now. So we would kind of take the same approach and work this through so that it's a minimal commitment on staff's time, but a great benefit in the long run. So just some numbers to throw out there for you. St. John's has received the grant. I did put a copy of that with your agenda item. The grant to the Water Management District is outlined as a $100,000 commitment by DEP and a $50,000 commitment from the Water Management District. Our CIE has set aside $50,000 for design and permitting if the board decides to pursue this project. And I did get a correction from Dr. Jacoby this morning that it's not actually a cost share agreement that we would be entering into, but it's a similar type document. So our message for you today is that we think this is a wonderful opportunity for the county to do some unique restoration that hasn't been done a lot. And the last message is that we can obviously pursue other grant funding as needed to pursue the project and get it going. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have.
Mr. Chair, I move staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody wish to comment on the motion from the public? I can tell you, I think it's awesome.
Oh, thank you. Well, we've been working hard on it. I think
It's something that we do. I mean, you're exactly right. By the water not getting in and moving back and forth naturally does debilitate the resources. And you're right. People don't realize white mangroves, am I correct?
Yeah.
About the only thing that can grow in there?
Well, I'm actually glad that you brought that up, because the area that I showed you on the aerial that had that strange orange, that was a lot of Brazilian pepper that was removed, and what's moving back in there is white mangrove, which Beth and I like to refer to as the cattail of the salt marsh world. It outcompetes a lot of other vegetation, and if we don't have a more natural flow between those areas, what we're going to end up with is just a monocultural white mangrove. So we're looking to try and maximize both that habitat as well as the resiliency.
Awesome. Again, anybody in the public wish to comment? Seeing none, commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, next, ladies, I think you've got the
Before you is
12C2, Indian River County Environmental Bond Review Committee Selection Process.
So as you probably recall, back in March of 2022, the resolution was put forth to put a referendum on the November ballot to seek $50 million in environmental bond monies towards purchase of environmentally sensitive lands. That resolution did pass. Staff was directed prior to that to develop an updated environmental lands program guide, which we since did and posted on the website. We brought it back to the commission, and there were a few modifications, and that was added to that as well. The part of the environmental lands program guide describes the committee that will be put together to review these parcels. For the public that may not have been privy to that meeting, the committee would be composed of five members, one each from every commissioner's district, and then 4 at-large positions with specific expertise that would hopefully aid in the review of these environmentally sensitive lands. So the item that we're bringing for you today is to just kind of move the system forward. Staff has been working on developing a process for this large amount of information that's going to come in and a lot of review that has to happen. But at this point, we really can't do much until a board is appointed, because the first task for the board is to take that environmental lands program guide and either accept it as it is or modify it as needed, and then staff can move forward at that point with other works that need to be done. So the item today is just to bring about the board hopefully giving staff some direction on their appointees and how they would like to move forward with the nomination process, and that generally covers it.
The way I see it is, commissioners, you have to find your person in your district, and we need to get applications for board members. And I would ask you to also reach out to find 2 members with a broad background and professional expertise in natural resources, and 1 member with extensive professional experience in real estate or finance, and another member with extensive professional experience in planning and engineering. So once we have those applications, we have our 5, we approve the additional 4, the board will meet, they'll look at this and bring it back to the board for our approval.
The way I understand it, and Dylan will probably correct.
Is that correct, Counselor?
I think that as I saw this item, it was just kind of making this more aware of, hey, commissioners, we'd really like your 5 appointees individually, and certainly let's try to do the best we can to get the word out for folks that, hey, we got the other 4 positions to fill so we can get the committee up and running. But Wendy, tell me if there was any other different direction.
No, as with all the other committee appointees, there's a placeholder on the website that allows people to apply. And so this committee would simply be added to that website so that people could apply and be considered, and then those applications would be assimilated and then put forth back for the board to consider.
Yes, and this draft does reflect changes and recommendations made by this board at the last meeting, and also a collaborative effort with the land trust and other stakeholders in the community.
Counselor, do we need a motion for this?
No, there's no motion for this item. It was just more of a public awareness item for the commissioners and for the public.
Mr. Chair, I
ma'am.
have a question. Not sure who answers this, but in terms of the applications that people will be filling out, are there going to be special applications since you're looking for very specialized areas? Or is this going to be the standard application? And then how are you going to tell people they have to fall into one of these categories?
So I'll be happy to jump into that one. A lot of our committees have very specific sort of requirements for a particular member, Children's Service Advisory Committee and various other committees. There's usually a member who's got to have some sort of expertise in something. What we usually do is applications come in, people indicate that they're interested in serving on a particular committee. We then check to make sure that they meet. If it's an at-large, it's usually pretty simple. But if it's a specific type of expertise, we usually check that expertise versus maybe the resume they submit or their background that they submit. But certainly, I'd be happy to coordinate with planning staff and Kathy to kind of get the word out there as best we can as to, hey, if you're interested in being a part of this and you have these expertise, please send us your resume, fill out the application, and be a part of this.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Not at all. All right, so get your picks in. All right. Thank you, ladies. All right,
We
now,
have a reasonable timeline. We can probably have this buttoned up by,
Wendy, Beth, do y'all, you need to do this today, a week, month from
place
now?
mine today.
Sooner the better. The bonds have time sensitivity, and it is, if I can speak for Dylan, it is traveling through a bond validation process that Dylan is overseeing through outside counsel, is in the courthouse as we speak, running through that process, probably maybe 3 months away or less. Dylan?
So we actually have a hearing scheduled in court on April 27th. So we're really excited to have that on the calendar and getting to move forward.
So it'd be nice to travel on a parallel track to that process and be in position to start doing business at the conclusion of the bond validation process.
I would say as soon as you can, maybe at least by the end of the month.
Absolutely. We want to get them rolling.
So there's some good choices out there.
Mission-oriented.
Sure. Okay, moving on. All right, we are going to skip 12D. That's moved to the end of the meeting. We're going to move on to 12F, Office of Management and Budget. 12F1, Children's Services Funding Allocation for fiscal year 2023-2024. And there's our Budget Management Director, Ms. Daniels. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kristen Daniels, Budget Director. Before you today is the proposed Children's Services funding allocation for the upcoming fiscal year, which is fiscal year 23-24. All right, so just a little bit of history here. The current allocation in fiscal year 22-23 is $2,443,606. This was funding at the max of the 1/8 of a mil that was outlined in the Children's Services Advisory Committee ordinance that was enacted at the time when you guys approved the funding. However, a couple months later, on May 17, 2022, the board did revise the ordinance to basically double the millage cap. So it went from 1/8 of a mil to now the 1/4 of a mil that we have today. So although the ordinance was approved, a funding plan was not outlined. In the past, when the board voted to increase funding up to the millage cap that was the 1/8 of a mil, you all had chosen to do that over a 3-year period starting in 2017. Also at the budget workshop last year, fiscal year 22-23 budget workshop, Commissioner O'Brien did recommend to the board that he would like to see the funding be phased in over a 3-year period as well. So today staff recommends continuing this approach. By phasing in the millage, we lessen the burden on the general fund and in turn our county taxpayers. Also phasing in the funding increase allows the agencies time to prepare for new programs and kind of what that looks like for them and at what point they could implement that, because the funding will become available October 1st of this year, 2023. So here we have a table illustrating the planned 3-year phase-in. Fiscal year 23-24 is an increase of $1,261,634 or 51.6%. That's kind of twofold. It's because the tax roll increased 13.5% last year. And in addition to that, we're phasing in this millage over 3 years, so that's a 33.6% increase in the millage. So you kind of got a double whammy there, which is why it's increasing so much in this first fiscal year. So I'd also like to just say that this, although it's a phase-in, it can be more of a plan Obviously, if an economic downturn is what we're facing next year, the board could always pause the plan and continue pick it up back later. This approach does show that the board is committed to funding the increase in children's services that you all approved last year, but is done at a reasonable pace. So that's staff's recommendation today, is just to fund the first year of that 3-year plan. So that brings the total funding to $3,705,240 for the upcoming fiscal year.
Commissioners, questions of staff? Kristen, I understand that when we talked about this, I remember Commissioner O'Brien saying, let's phase it over 3 years, which is probably a good idea. It just seems like, I don't know, just that 51% just like hit me in the face. I was like, what?
It's because we base it on the prior year's tax roll, and we had the largest tax roll increase last year. It was 13.5%. And so when you double the millage, phasing that in is a 33% also increase in the millage. So like I said, you got an increase in the tax roll and an increase in the millage, which, could happen the 2 years after this as well. But certainly, it's the board's call on however you'd like to phase that in. I do have other options if you'd like to see them phase in 1, 2 year, 4 year, 5 year, whatever the board's most comfortable with.
Okay, so we can.
I have those if you'd like to see them. Sure. Could you bring
sure.
up the PowerPoint again, please? So 1 and 2 years is going to be more impactful, so I don't know that you're interested in those. But here we have the 4 and the 5 year. So the top one is phasing in over 4 years. So over on the far right, you can see the incremental increase in year 1 is additional $1 million. After that, we're projecting a modest 3% increase in the tax roll. So hypothetically, those increases would be closer to $800,000 and $900,000 for the years after. Now, if you go out to the 5-year phase-in, which is at the bottom, the initial additional revenue would be the $884,454, and then after that, it's between $600,000, $700,000, $800,000 per year after that. Obviously, we don't know what the tax roll will do. So again, the board could pause this plan at any moment if the tax roll came in flat.
Commissioners, it was our goal to get to 0.25, and that's what we've done here. We have made, and Mr. Zito, I'd like for you to talk about this. Some of the concerns, and I remember Commissioner Fleischer and I had these concerns about where the money was going, how the money was being spent. Was it being done correctly? Were we monitoring it correctly? Were we making sure that all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted? That we weren't just paying for salaries, that we were paying for what we were doing? And in this, a lot of this with the children's services funding, as such as with our others, is for programs that not only enhance children at a young age and child education, but also provide funds to groups and organizations that we would probably have to establish ourselves and do in some cases, such as some of the other quasi-judicial things. We have hired a new director to oversee this. We've changed some of the rules and regulations within it. So can you talk about that?
So you recall the nonprofit community was very persuasive in presenting the needs of the county. We do it formally every 3 to 5 years, but in this case, it was presented as forming a children's trust with independent taxing authority that lost some momentum during COVID. It came back as an ordinance, and the idea was to kind of get to the same place. And although the Children's Services Advisory Committee and those who support it were very committed to asking the commission to rise the tide, lift all the boats. They were at the same time very committed to accountability in holding the grant recipients to specific and measurable outcomes. And they are still very interested in achieving both of those goals to that end, we were able to attract a very qualified managing director who now will begin to implement and recommend policy to this board that will serve those purposes in verifying. And I've explained to her in the interview that it's calling balls and strikes, if you will. It's not only being the steward of the taxpayer dollars and making sure these outcomes are met and that these programs are performing well, but it's also the ability to recognize where high-performing programs actually need an advocate inside of the county to recommend even additional funding. So all these concepts are coming together. I will say, like many areas I've discovered in the last 10 weeks, this division is undernourished from human capital perspective, and we've probably had 40% more employees when the funding level was at $600,000. Now we're at $2.4 million and recommending to go to 3.7. So we have to catch up the manpower, people power, I should say, to the oversight of these dollars, and we're in the process of doing that now. And so it's really a matter of the commission's comfort level in, I would recommend this year's allocation be decided today, but to leave flexibility in the future. I'm not a big fan of funding mandates when they come from the state or, with all due respect, from the commission. We have to be nimble in our approach to the budget. This will be the most competitive general fund budget in the county's history. I guarantee you that, this coming July.
Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chair, I served on CSAC for 12 years, particularly during the recession, and it was always our philosophy that these dollars for particular nonprofits were to get them started, seed money, if you will. I don't know if that's changed. I don't know if anybody is familiar. Who's on it right now? Which board member? Maybe Commissioner Moss would know, but it seems like a big jump to me initially.
Yeah, I would, I'll speak to that. Last year, before you arrived, we passed a new ordinance. Last year was my first year as the liaison, so it was new to me. And then we passed an ordinance which changed practically everything, you know, the structure of the committees and how the individuals could serve on the committees, and basically where we wanted to go with it. We also added accountability to it, and in the ordinance, and I'm reading section 103.23, number 3, based upon Board of County Commissioners fiscal year, they will provide an annual written report and presentation in January to the Board of County Commissioners, including program updates, highlights, outcome data and performance, and fiscal reports from each funded organization. So as you know, that didn't happen this January. I think, just to give an overview of it, I think we should, personally, I think, and having observed what's going on, and they're doing a lot of good work, you know, wrestling with some of the new ideas that are incorporated in the ordinance. But I would pause the phase-in. That being said, we had a very healthy increase in the tax roll, 13.5%, as we just had our finance director tell us. So the fund is tied to that, so presumably it would increase by 13.5%.
Sure. So
Anyway, and what would that number be? Just
yeah, if you just wanted to leave it flat at the 1/8 of a mil with the 13.5% increase in tax roll we had last year, the amount allocated would be $2,773,383. So roughly an additional $330,000.
okay, so it's going to be an additional $330,000, if I heard you correctly. Anyway, which, you know, I think is probably enough at this point. I'm not looking to phase us in right now, because I'd like to give them time. You know, the people we have are very good. We have some people who are brand new to it and, you know, bring a lot of really good ideas to it. And I'd like to give them time to work within the ordinance, to incorporate this element of accountability. And, you know, the other thing, and I believe we're on track to do this, is that the last time, and this is a separate committee, maybe they had it when you were on, it's the Needs Assessment Committee, okay, because they haven't met, the last time they met was March 8th of 2021, so that's 2 years ago now. So I think we need to update that before we do this
Needs
phase-in.
Assessment Committee meets every 3 years.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, I think this might be a special circumstance since we're changing everything, or we changed a lot. I shouldn't say everything, we changed a lot. And I think it would be wonderful if they do meet. And we have talked about it, actually. It's come up that they should meet. And to add to that, what I saw this week, and maybe you saw it too, was in TC Palm, and this had to do with donations to environmental nonprofits. This is the headline. It's Monday's paper, Monday, March 6th. Donations to environmental nonprofits fell short this year. It's on the front page, and it's just one sentence, so I can tell you. Unlike in previous years, no organization had its holiday wish completely fulfilled. 9 organizations received some donations, 3 received nothing. And I added up the numbers, and this is unfortunate, I'm a big supporter of all of these environmental groups, but that being said, this is voluntary, these are voluntary contributions, and in total, these groups had requested approximately $140,000, and they received less than $20,000. This is in total, you know, for the 9 organizations. So I mention that only because that's the general context within which we're operating. So people, you know, this is people just choosing to give. So that the general context is that people are choosing not to give at this point. So I think we need to be careful about forcing, forced giving. Because we want to be good stewards, and we want to give the committee, CSAC, an opportunity to report back to us objectively what the measurements are. And that presumably would happen next January based on our ordinance. And then I would be more comfortable with discussing a phase-in. Thank you for the question.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Moss, if I may, most of those articles in the paper were environmental issues. They weren't necessarily
Yes.
children's services issue.
Yes, correct.
No, we are certainly, the last thing the county is certainly a what's the word I'm looking for? A benefactor to charitable organizations.
Right.
The Children's Services Committee is intended to put tax dollars where tax dollars needed to be put to enhance children's lives and children's services. So we are certainly not a charity. I'm kind of okay with what staff's proposed. The 51% hit me in the middle of the head, though, when Mike told me about it yesterday. I was like, whoa. We need to do all those things that you discussed, and we need to do all the things that the county administrator discussed. We need to be up to date on our meetings and our bookkeeping. The Children's Services folks, and with our new head, they need to catch up with their meetings, especially like the Needs Committee not meeting for a year. That troubles me greatly. I'm kind of leaning to the 4-year phase-in. I just think that the numbers look better to me with that. But again, I just want to make it clear that we really have to keep our eye on the ball here, where this money's going. We need to make sure it's spent wisely and for the right things. And we've got some really, really good people that are on this group, and people that advocated for when they were trying to get it put on the ballot. And those people give their heart and their soul to this, and we only not owe it to them, we owe it to the children to be fiscally responsible with our tax dollars and do it in the most professional possible way. So I would, right now, I'm willing, I want to hear the discussion, but I would advocate for the 4-year phase-in.
Mr. Chair.
Pleasure.
Thank you. You pointed out earlier about some of our concerns just a couple of years ago, or last year. And, you know, when just a little bit of history, at one point, we were probably amongst the lowest in the state as far as contributions of taxpayer dollar to children's services. It was only a few $100,000. Is that about correct, Controller? It was only a few $100,000.
There's a funding history in the backup.
And it is now rather formidable. And I appreciate that because we've had some tremendous impact on our youth. I believe that our comptroller did a bit of an audit on what was transpiring out in the field. And it netted a very positive scenario. We now have the addition of staff of someone that's going to immerse themselves in effectiveness, efficiency, value, which all represent being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar and being able to look at the taxpayer and say, job is being well done and we need more. We're about where we need to be. I tend to agree with Commissioner Moss on this. I was hoping that was a motion. This way we can just give it a hit. You know, we have to look at, the tax roll is looking good. This is going to be competitive. We have a lot of work to do, and I don't think this is the time to tip the scales on one specific item. June's going to be the challenge. We're probably going to need the second day, and we normally just wipe that out. This.
Go ahead.
No, I didn't know if you had something to say.
I was going to say something, but everybody else is, I've been trying to say something, but that's okay. Go ahead, finish your comment.
Well, I guess if you want to interrupt, go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I find it interesting that we just had a bond or the ELAP conversation where we're going to be spending $50 million on environmental lands, but we're unwilling to make the investment that we obligated ourselves and committed to when we went through this Children's Trust process that will be nowhere near $50 million of an investment into our children, which I would argue is more important than environmental lands to the future of our community. So I'm a little concerned that we are having a conversation regarding not meeting that phase-in that we committed ourselves to when we went from the Children's Trust concept to funding CSAC at a certain level. I understand what you're saying about giving everybody time to do that, but part of the goal with that was to give them the resources to be able to invest in the community. And as you pointed out, there's a lot of oversight. There's different committee structures. We even have different committee members, so there's not that overlap between the sub-review committee and the overall committee, so you can really have more eyes on it and more transparency, and I think that's a good thing. I do, again, we made a commitment to start phasing this into that point, and I think if you're not comfortable with, I don't think the intention was ever to do it all at once. I think it was a phased-in approach, and if we're not comfortable with the 3 years, then I think we need to talk about the 4 years. If you guys aren't comfortable with that, then we need to talk about the 5 years. But we made a commitment to the community when we had that conversation that we would get to a fully funded place that we all had agreed upon as a group. So again, if we're willing to take $50 million of taxpayer money to spend on conservation land, but we're not willing to take even a sliver of that to invest in our children, then I really have concerns for where we're going as a community.
Commissioners, anybody else?
Mr. Chair, for the reasons that Commissioner Moss mentioned, basically we're starting over to some extent with a new staff member that I think we all have confidence in, which is going to be a wonderful addition. I think all 5 of us know some of the reporting challenges that some of these agencies have. This new employee will in fact straighten that out, become more accountable. So it's my thought that if Commissioner Moss wants to make her comments in a motion, I'll support it.
Yeah, I mean, I heard everything Commissioner Adams had to say, and I agree with it. We did make a commitment, and I plan to honor that commitment. But at the same time, and going back to the general context, and I only brought up the environmental contributions, voluntary, just to establish a general context, which is we're paying almost $5 a head for lettuce. We all know we're in a huge inflationary period, and hopefully same time next year, that wouldn't be the case. I would hope the context, would have evened out. But I think at this point in time, I just think it would be wise to, as I said, just pause. We are phasing in, just pause, and then resume the quest. And this is a good time for that because, as was mentioned earlier, we already have, thanks to the tax roll increase, we already have an increase of $330,000, that's not an insignificant increase. I mean, that'll fund quite a number of efforts. So with that, I'll make a motion to pause the phase-in and to leave the increase at the, tied to, if that's the best way to say it, the increase in the tax roll.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Lohr, to leave it to the 3% tax. Did Dylan state the motion for me?
I heard, and Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong, basically it was to keep it at the quarter of a mil, not a quarter of a mil, an eighth of a mil would be this year's. Is that correct? Kristen, is that how you interpreted that?
It would stay at 1/8 of a mil.
Perfect, thank you.
That's what I was thinking. Okay.
Still 300 grand.
Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Moss, you want to?
Yes.
You want to go with?
Yes.
To the eighth?
Yes, thank you for stating the mill.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Commissioner Lohr to keep it at the 0.8. 0.08. 0.08, correct? Eighth.
1/8.
1/8 of a mil.
Okay, it's the eighth.
Mr. Chairman.
Motion and a second.
I know it was pointed out during the interruption that we have a commitment, we said we were going to begin the process now. So we don't have the results of that yet. We did have the benefit of having our controller to visit many of the locations. We can't be everywhere. There's many programs that are happening at many different times, most after school, some during, specifically during the summer, and some are ongoing and continual. To have a tracking system with the council as well as the council and committee, as well as us here being good stewards of the taxpayer dollar, I think we're in a good stance to be able to move forward in the future. We now have the tools intact. They're going to begin to work. So that's why I think that knowing that we have a tax roll increase, that we're going to see an increase in the programs. And again, as Commissioner Moore stated, $700,000 is not about one program. It's not about one child. It's going to have a significant impact. If you look at the history, that's about half of what we were actually doing many years ago. I think that we have reached a point of looking at total impact, total effectiveness. We are a growing community. There is tremendous growth in the past year, and unprecedented. And with that came young individuals who need assistance. And I think that we're on the right track. It's going to happen. And I believe a pause or standard 1/8 mil is what's going to take place and address the current issues. If we have made a decision that our new employee will be able to assess and say, hey, wait a minute, there's a lot more shortages than meets the eye, I think that's when we need to look at this and escalate it. We now have a barometer, and I think that that person will be able to get to more locations other than a casual assessment, other than all of us visiting every one of them or sitting on a committee. I think we're going to have tremendous value, and I think that it'll be a managerial application that will yield a good fruit for us to be good stewards to the taxpayer as well as to the commitment to the children.
Yes, and thank you for saying that. I think we have a lot of good people on CSAC right now.
Yes, we do.
And, you know, I look forward to seeing what comes out of this year.
Commissioners, I would tell you that I remember sitting in this last year when we talked about this, that we all made a commitment to go to the 0.25. We made the compromise not to put it on a ballot, make it a ballot initiative, because we were going to take care of it. It's time we move forward and take care of it. I would like to go with the 4-year plan, phase it in. I think that with the new director and Commissioner Moss, I would task both of y'all to get your act together and start doing what needs to be done to make this CSAC board more efficient and more accountable. I think the pause on the funding is just, as we all tend to say, kicking the can down the road a little bit. I think we need to get started and get this thing in gear and move forward what needs to be done, because we have already talked about this. We have already talked about funding it to the 0.25. The economy in this county has not been hit hard. It's not been in bad shape. I feel we need to move forward. I can't support the pause or leaving it at 1/8 mil. I think it's time to do it.
Okay. I certainly respect your opinion. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Any commissioners, anything else? Mr. Demuth.
Thank you, Doug Demuth, 1804 East Sandpoint. A commitment to raise funding is not the same as a commitment to spend funding. So we need to think about that part. And as I've heard a minute ago, that the county is doing well, again, I think you need to look behind the doors. This is a community that is largely retired people on fixed incomes in a highly inflationary economy, and one that Joe Biden keeps juicing up. These people are hurting. They're not doing real well. Maybe their property values are going up, and that's perhaps why you keep talking about mills instead of real dollars. I'm done with mills. Let's talk about real dollars going into things, not mills. It's easy to hide the dollars when you talk about mills. So let's go down through a number of things that have to be done with CSAC first. First, I don't know if any of you looked at the website for CSAC on the county website, but the last time an annual report was put up was 2018. 2018. I had to go and request from the county staff to get 2019, 2020, and 2021 annual reports. So those three have not been made public yet. 2022 was supposed to be delivered in January. That hasn't been done yet. Second thing, organizational structure. Yes, we have a brand-new organizational structure. We've had one meeting by the main committee and 2 meetings by the grant committee. There has not been a meeting of the needs assessment committee yet. So, okay, moving on. New director. New director hasn't sat in on any of these meetings yet, to my knowledge. He or she, whoever it is, I'm not sure yet, but whoever that person is, needs to get their feet on the ground and take at least 6 months to figure out what's going on and how to do it, and come back to you with some recommendations. The review of the nonprofits is not scheduled until June, a 3-day session in June. So we don't have an annual report from these folks yet, and we don't know what's going to be walking through the door in terms of, we don't have a needs assessment, and we don't have any sense of what's going to be walking through the door when the nonprofits show up in June. Right now we have 44 organizations, and I'll call them Band-Aid organizations, that we fund little bits and pieces to. I'm told that that number is going to increase to something over 60, a 50% increase, of folks, of nonprofits coming to the public trough in June. So we don't even know what the numbers are going to come back with. They're going to come back with. So how can we vote forward anything right now until we have reports from the grants committee, from the needs assessments folks, and from the main committee, who ought to be coming back to you with a recommendation? How can you vote anything forward? And as far as a commitment, by moving your millage rate up to 2.5%, keep in mind, there was a huge backlash to that when that children's fund came up. So yes, while we do have people who do support it here vehemently, there is a huge group of taxpayers who basically said when they heard about this, that's enough. This is crazy. We were looking at, that organization wanted $10 million a year over what, a 12 million year or 12-year period without any stoppage along the way. That was insane. And the taxpayers told you that. And so that thing got stopped right in its tracks. And now what we're trying to do is an end run around that thing and flood this organization with tons of money looking for some place to be spent. So I would say I'm in agreement with Laura Moss that one of the things, and Darrell Lohr and Joe Fleischer, what we should be doing is putting a hold on this thing until we get from the main committee a recommendation on what to spend and how it should be spent. And that can't happen until sometime well after June.
Okay, I'll answer a couple of your questions. First of all, because they have the money doesn't mean they need to spend the money. Just because it's sitting in the bank, you don't need to find a hole to put it in. You don't need to spend it necessarily. Second of all, the reports and things are posted. That sounds like we have a lot of work to do. Sounds to me like CSAC and the main board, which I think Mr. DeMuth is a new member of, has a lot of work to do. You need to roll up your sleeves and get busy. I don't think there's a need to reduce the funding. I'm willing to move it out to 4 years instead of 3 years. But we are going to have to fund programs, but we need to be more precise. We need to roll up our sleeves. We need to get to work and stop bickering about what we're going to do or what we're not going to do, because apparently not a lot's getting done. And that was my emphasis for pulling it away from being in a ballot initiative on a ballot and bring it to the commission. But we have to do something for some of these children's services. I think that's what we need to do, and that's where I'm at, and that's where I'm going with it. Counselor.
If I may, Mr. DeMuth brings up a lot of important policy points, and the board's been talking a lot of the policy points. I do want to correct one thing, though, that I think is important, because when I hear an attack on staff that's not correct, I think it's important to say something. So I would like to note that Ms. Katz was at the Children's Services Advisory Committee Grant Committee meeting last night. Thank her for being there, and I am sure that she will be at the CSAC meeting next week as well. So she was at the meeting, the Grants Committee meeting last night. So I just want to make that clear.
Commissioners, just some clarification. Beth Powell, Acting General Services Director. I'd like to introduce Roberta Katz, our new Managing Director for Human Services. Ms. Katz's first day was February 21st. She attended the grant subcommittee meeting on both February 6th and March 6th, which is reflected in the minutes that were provided yesterday. If there are any questions about the specifics of the meeting, we'd be happy to answer those.
Mr. Chair, if I may, since Roberta's at the stand, I'd like to introduce her formally. Ms. Katz has been an attorney for almost 25 years, working for the Florida Guardian Ad Litem program as the Martin County attorney, advocating for abused, abandoned, and neglected children. She's also been employed by the Department of Children and Families. She brings great experience and wisdom. We've talked about our challenges through the interview process, and I take every upper-level hire very seriously, and we vetted and got the best one, and I'm really proud to have her stand before you today. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Ms. Powell and Mr. Zito were very open and honest in both interviews about the road I would have to travel as director, and I actually, just so you know, was on jet lag on February 6th and was at that meeting. Mr. Zito might not want me to share this, but we had a family vacation planned for spring break that I have reworked and rebooked so that I can be at the regular CSAC meeting March 13, because I did not want to miss my first meeting. So that's my dedication. And as you can see from my history, my dedication has been to advocating for children, not really afraid in court to ruffle feathers is the best way to put it, to get what I think children needs. And I'm ready to advocate for quality programs in Indian River County, because that's what those children deserve. And that's what I'm ready to advocate for. And I have a couple ideas. We're in the middle of the grant process now, so it's a little difficult. But last night, Mr. Reingold can tell you I had several suggestions to get the ball rolling. I am already on the needs assessment ball. I have a meeting with Hope Woodhouse to get that ball rolling, because I think we need to be yearly on that and thinking a year ahead. I think that needs to be a year ahead. You cannot be thinking now what we need for the grant meetings now. You have to be working a year ahead. That's how that process has to work. And just so you all are aware of the process, the June meetings are for the grant applicants that are coming in this year. That's not review of last year, though that process, if you were a prior grantee for us, you should be including that data, and we'll be asking you about that data. But that's for the new applicants to come meet with the committee. That's what that's for.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the other correction that needs to be made is the reports are filed. They are presented to this board. They're just not on the website, so we'll make sure that gets corrected. We have a centralized website management process right now. Some of that's being allocated back to the divisions, is my understanding, so we'll take that on too.
Commissioners, any question of Rebecca?
No, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Counselor, I want to thank you for your years of service. And I know a few of us, at least two of us, have been involved with the Guardian Enlightenment Program, and the effectiveness that you served. And I believe that we have gotten the right person to be able to look at effectiveness, achievement, and impact. And that's what we truly need. And you pointed out that we would do so in time. Today's decision is a little premature if we were reliant upon your input and your assessment. Thank you for altering your vacation, but I don't think you've had enough time to be able to immerse yourself into the entire package. And we look forward to that, but I think at this point, I think we are in the best mode in pausing, because we don't know exactly what we have And that's a terrible thing to be deciding upon without your input.
And I understand both sides. I mean, I
Yes.
understood your concerns. I understood Commissioner Adams and Commissioner Moss, your statements. And I think the numbers are bigger than me right now because I am new coming in, so I completely understand that. I mean, I think a dashboard is, we need one. I could tell you my numbers. I could tell you exactly how many children I served as a guardian ad litem attorney, if you want to know that number. And I need a dashboard to be able to convey to you the good we're doing in Indian River County. We do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you.
Susan Meal, 130 Island Cottage Lane. I was going to speak on a number of things. Most importantly was the need for dedicated staff to be assisting, because it appeared through my research that wasn't necessarily happening or as much as we would have liked. I don't know if there are a lot of other roles or responsibilities you're going to have, but it's great that there's a person that appears qualified to take on this task, because it is critical. Transparency, common sense, and fiduciary responsibility are three things that we need to look to you for. And that's what I was going to talk about in terms of the multiple needs of our county, from affordable workforce housing to lagoon quality water management, beach restoration, Meals on Wheels we just heard about today. So from young and old alike, we have a lot of concerns and needs. And this money represents money going to, rightfully so, very important organizations that many of which I'm familiar with, and they do great work. But they are nonprofits, and the taxpayer and you really have no control over what they do. So a really stringent needs assessment and an after the fact analysis of whether that money was spent efficiently and effectively is critical at this point. And a lot of us who got involved in this because of the suggestion of a trust have found they're lacking in information and an understanding of exactly whether that's been accomplished properly. As I just like to address, as far as environmental issues go and monies to that, children's issues are very important. This county has millions of dollars being contributed to children's services organizations every year. And these taxpayers pay taxes for their school system, which is a critical part of taking care of our kids. So it's not like there is some kind of bizarre imbalance. Environmentally, we do need lands, but there is a big difference between the monies that we spend, each and every one of us, on children's services compared to buying environmental lands. And that's just a natural process of living in the county. So I think that that's an important thing to realize. We have a lot of needs. I would really like to see the organization be brought up to speed before we pour a whole lot more money into the bucket, because it'll come out even if it's through cracks in the bottom. Thank you.
Commissioners, any further questions? Anybody else from the public? Mr. Kent?
Is it still morning? Good morning.
No,
Sorry.
no,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Boat there, sir.
I've got a lot of different thoughts going through my head, but I'll start simply by saying I want to thank the staff recommendation. I think it's appropriate based on, and there was no firm commitment made back in May, but there was a commitment to get to the $250,000 in whatever time you feel is appropriate. I appreciate and understand all of the comments that have been made by those of you on the dais. Couple of thoughts. I'll also say it's very exciting to be part of the Children Services Advisory Committee. Actually, I was years ago on the needs assessment for a decade. It was a little more vital then, and it weaned. But I have joined CSAC. You approved me as a member of the Grants Committee, which has met 3 times so far this year. Last night, your attorney, and actually Mr. Zito was there as well. I think they were both pleased, to say the least, to see that I think 8 or 9 of the 11 or 12 members were present. We've had wonderful attendance. These are good, dedicated people who understand what the needs and concerns are. We've been in an awkward place just because of the calendar and the hiring of staff. You heard Roberta, whom I've met, think the world of. I think you've done an excellent hire here. I think she's going to be tremendous. You've done more than just hiring her. You've added a second person, which really is the person that's been making things happen for several years. That's Leanne Uribe, I believe it's pronounced. God bless her. She's now full-time. We have 2 full-time FTE people that are committed to, human services, but largely that means Children's Services Activities Committee. A lot of the things that we had hoped would have been done over the years, you can't do with one half-time person. I remember sitting here or standing here and listening to the former county administrator state bluntly, at point 5, God bless Leanne for being able to juggle all the balls that had to be juggled, but just to deal with the management of the committees, the paperwork in and out, the applications, the RFPs, et cetera. You were understaffed significantly, which leads me to, I know you paid attention. Commissioner Laura, congratulations, I haven't said that. You weren't here. We've talked to everybody else that's on the dais today for several years as we were trying to make something more robust with the Children's Trust come to fruition. That didn't work. That's fine. But the alternative was, and what we all agreed to, was to work within the existing CSAC system, fund it appropriately, staff it much better, and really jazz up the subcommittee and the committees. I've heard so many times today that it's on this lady to make it happen. Well, technically it might be in terms of her job description, but I know that the grants subcommittee is fully aware of all of the work that needs to get done, and we've been talking about in 3 meetings any number of things that other people have referenced. We know what needs to happen. The whole point of the Children's Trust endeavor was to try to address these things in a different way, appropriately staffed, appropriately funded, and do things the way they needed to happen. We're going to get there, but you got to realize she's got 2 weeks on the ground, and we were, as I said, between a rock and a hard place on the timing to really be able to get things done. Needs assessments will be done on an ongoing basis. You heard Mr. Zito say 3 to 5 years is sort of the structure that we've got. A needs assessment was done in 19. It was part of a broad-based community-wide needs assessment, and you supported the section that had to do with children and education. The needs of the kids haven't changed significantly, and our committee, and I think CSAC, have looked at what that needs assessment says, and we are still building on it because the needs haven't all been addressed. They haven't begun to be addressed. And anybody who has their eyes open is fully aware after the 2 years of the pandemic, our kids are in bigger trouble than ever. Our families are in bigger trouble than ever. We're on the right path. I think I've heard it said, and I appreciate it. You recognize it's going to take Roberta some time. It's going to take the subcommittees, and it's going to take CSAC, which I hope has been reinvigorated by the appointments that you've recently made to that committee, to really step up. There is a ton of work to be done. I know Commissioner Adams has been really distressed that a lot of this has never been codified about how we do things. It's got to get drafted. It's got to go before CSAC, who's going to recommend it to you for final approval. You're going to be engaged in this. There's a ton of work. I guess lastly, I'm just going to address, this isn't an end run. This is exactly what was talked about in the May meeting when you, in essence, took 90% or more of the ordinance that had been created for the Children's Trust and melded it into the CSAC ordinance. Add the staffing. Obviously, we didn't add a dedicated millage, but you on your own, thank you, did raise the cap millage to the 1/4. And I think generally there was a consensus that it was going to fly without there being a commitment. Yes, one of our champions is no longer sitting up there, but Peter said, let's do it in 3 years. And we hoped that it could happen in 3. I'm not so worried about that. If it's 4, it's going to be 4. It's just that I've also seen you stall. Let's go back to 2008. Everybody got hit. But in the years, as things were getting fixed, and slowly other departments were finally getting dollars back, you know what they were doing to CSAC? Cutting a little bit every year. And until the community really stood up and raised the issue, that's when I think we rededicated the kind of commitment that we wanted to see. Again, I'm rambling perhaps. I appreciate where you're at. You've got to make hard decisions. I don't begin to understand what you're going to go through at budget time. But I think it's important that you do what you can today to help, because dollars are needed. The need is there. There are programs you've been funding for a few years that are stellar, that need to be taken to scale, that we need to see expanded. There are quality ways and quality programs to spend and make the investment for the community in these kids. And it's not like there's been no follow-up. There are quarterly and mid-year reports. There are opportunities when there are troubles they're brought in. But it needs to be better, and it's going to get better. I will stop there. I will answer any questions if you have any for me. But I thank you. I know you're in a hard place, but these dollars are important to the children and their families in this community, and would love to know that you're on a path to get us to the $250,000 in whatever it is. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
No, thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff Smith. As far as the reviews that we've done, my auditor has actually physically gone out. We pick 5 different ones or more, 5 to 7 each year as different organizations. We don't duplicate them, and we have, it's not a carte blanche, just go out there and then okay it. He delves into what's going on. He observes he sits in on if it's a class or if it's a after-school event, he sits in on it and inspects and talks to people. We have found a couple problems with a couple agencies. I think they're well documented, but we do a thorough job of looking into these agencies and what they're claiming that they're doing, and we look in their financials as well. So I want to cover that base. I do appreciate Commissioner Moss's stance that we need to, get going on the organization, and I fully support her in that. But I do appreciate Commissioner Adams and you, Mr. Chair, for sticking to your guns and committing on the commitment that this board made. I've been a big advocate of this. It's no secret, and I still stand by that because I know I've seen it in the court system, and my wife, as a 30-year teacher in this school district, has seen it personally herself, that when you invest in kids, it's going to produce. And I can see how intervention in adults costs a lot more than what we're talking about here in mental mental health and legal, the issues, and social programs that we have to spend on adults are a lot more expensive when they get there than they are when what we're talking about here. So I do appreciate the board's commitment, and thank you very much.
Thank you,
Anybody else
Jeff.
wish to comment on the motion? Before you do, Mr. Zito?
I just want to thank Jeff and all of the volunteers that are in the audience. I see Ms. Tools at the podium, Mr. DeMuth, I see Michael that came up, Lisa Kale. If I'm missing anyone, I just want to thank you for your service. It's so important, regardless of the tough decisions that are made by this board. I don't want it to go unnoticed that your commitment is just a tremendous asset to the community, and I want to thank you.
Good afternoon, Karen Toole, 233 37th Drive Southwest in Vero. I am the Child Welfare Director for Communities Connected for Kids, a proud member of the Grant Subcommittee for the last 8 years. I also served on the main committee until it was decided that we couldn't serve on both. I've served on the last 2 needs committees, and as Mr. Kent spoke earlier, the needs haven't really changed. I mean, COVID added a lot of challenges, mental health-wise and some other things that we addressed as we wrote the RFP every year. We added COVID concerns as an overlaying addition to all of the other needs, but our needs have not changed, and certainly I'll be participating in the needs assessment this year. These programs run the gamut. You have mental health, you have newborn support, you have prevention support in parenting programming. This money keeps people out of the jail, there is no doubt. It keeps kids strong and stable. Shelters are up in this county. 20% in the year 2013, or 2023 already. And it's drugs and it's domestic violence. People are stressed out and they are providing some instability for their children. And so we have a lot of kids being removed from their parents, placed with relatives. These relatives depend on these services. Mental health programming. They depend on counseling. These are all things that we fund. These are funding programs that people are using to take kids out of foster care, which costs our community significant funding as well. So if you look at it as a trickle down, as Commissioner Adams said, I mean, this money, when you look at it next to a $50 million environmental bill, it's really staggering, but it will keep kids out of jail. It will keep programs that will keep kids in school and make them future employed members of our society. I mean, these are all things that we want. And I will say each grant committee member, we are volunteers and we spend our entire 9 months of the year, including 3 full days in June, interviewing all of these, reading the grant applications that are pages and pages. We have a finance member who breaks down the 990s for us and the audit. So we are not, for those of us that the finances is not our wheelhouse, we are very well informed on their financial situation. Most of us have been to these places before. We work with these services. We read the quarterly reports when they are sent to us. We just got January's, and we know what is going on. This is not willy-nilly money thrown to whoever. This is money for nonprofits that are, yes, we do some seed, Commissioner Lohr, but a lot of these are programs that are long-standing, that we have years and years and years of data that are making a difference and moving the needle, be it on mental health or on our literacy. And so these are not just, folks that come in and, oh, it's really great, I want to start a little nonprofit. Here, can I ask for $100,000? It does not work that way. We had a young lady last night who we funded for the first time this year. It was wonderful, from the Treasure Coast Girls Coalition. And we gave her $10,000, and that was kind of seed money. She was starting out. Now she has a full board. She's coming to us with wanting to expand her program. So it's wonderful to see some of these nonprofits through the years grow into long-standing things that can serve more children, and they're making a big difference on the kids that they serve. And it's just a wonderful committee to be involved in. It can be difficult. We don't all agree on things, and some people, we can get We can get hot with each other, as you guys can, but I think that's part of it, is everyone has their opinion. This is not rubber stamping. We're not saying, hey, this is great, we're going to give money to everybody. We don't. We don't. We look at these and we look and see what they're doing and the children that they're serving, and is this a good use of our taxpayer dollars? We are all taxpayers on this committee, so we too want to be good stewards of it, and we understand how important that is. So I just wanted to share with that, but I can tell you now that this money makes a difference, and I just want to say that I've worked with Ms. Katz for 21 years, dating back to the Department of Children and Family days, and she's wonderful, and she will be great, and we are grateful for this position. But this position was in the agreement in the fall, and it just took a little while to hire her, so unfortunately she's starting now where she hasn't had an opportunity, but I can tell you, it's going to be really great to have that as someone that can get out in front of you and speak. We haven't had that opportunity before. But I can tell you the committee that is there now, the grant committee especially, we know these services, we know these programs. It's not being decided by a bunch of people who don't. So thank you so much, I appreciate your time.
Anyone else wish to comment on the motion? Mr. Lemieux.
Pink's dry.
I am not against the children, and the people that work with me are not against the children. We want to see them progress and do well. We want to fund them. But what we do want to do is, we want to do it in a responsible way. And so what's before you right now is the question of, do we just put a pause on this thing until the organization gets up and running and comes back to you with a recommendation, as opposed to throwing the money out there and saying, go find a way to spend it. What we're trying to do is protect the taxpayer, the widow that is sitting in her condo out there on here in Vero Beach, who is on a limited budget, and every dollar matters to her. And as I've said before, when you start looking through this community, you've got to look behind the doors. You just can't look at the door. You've got to look behind the door and see who is there and what their situation is. And so the taxpayer is really, that's where you're getting the money. That's where it comes from. And so we need to protect them as well. My recommendation would be to sit on this thing until you get a recommendation from the major CSAC committee. Thank you.
I would ask, when are we going to get that recommendation? Because we do have a budget process to go through. And I'm sure that Kristen would love to know when, how much money to allocate for certain things. So that's just a question I would have. Madam Vice Chairman, you want to say something?
I'll defer to.
Oh, Bob, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bob.
Thank you, Bob. I missed you before, but I want to thank you in advance of your comments. Okay.
That was a lot of trouble. Okay, well, good afternoon. Bob McPartlin. I wear multiple hats. I think you all know me. I'm the Community Development Administrator for the Department of Children and Families. Been with the Department of Children and Families over 20 years. I'm also a council member for the City of Sebastian for over 11 years. Nobody watches money more than I do. I think I watch the money like nobody's business. I'm not for throwing good money after bad. I have sat on the Children's Services Advisory Committee since 2012. I was there in 2012, 13, and 14, where it was at its lowest values prior to the initiation of $623,000. Mr. Ehrman, you can't even put out a fire for that kind of money. And I've been at all of these talks. I was involved when we were trying to do a children's trust. I've been fighting this fight for children, and you know what? The kids are not going to come up here and talk for them. Thank God they got guardian ad litems. So I'm going to act on the children. I'm an advocate for children. This money, when we were talking about increasing from the 1/8 to a $0.25 it was to not be reactionary. We're just going to react to this problem, to that problem. We were going to be visionaries by going to a $0.25. Everybody wants to take a pause. Once we take a pause, we're going to slow the bus down. And to get it started again takes forever. I remember sitting on the CSAC because Sheriff was with me. We're the only, I think, here that were at that time. We were at the $623,000. And it took the community to fill these chambers. And we got the commitment from this board. First, we were challenged, if the community raised $250,000, the board would match the $250,000 and then fund CSAC at the full eighth of a mil going forward. I think the community raised that money. We have a very philanthropic community, but the problems that are here are unbelievable. Indian River County has one of the highest fetal infant mortality reviews. And I sit on that committee every month, and we talk about infants that didn't make it and the reasons behind and how we can do that. You get into prenatal, which is some of the funding for these programs that do not exist. Those children did not develop to their full potential. They enter kindergarten, they're behind reading. It just all goes in. Every dollar that we put in is going to save you $15, $20 down the road. Last time I was here, I was thankful that we were going forward, increasing to the quarter. And there was the problem with the one program, they were spending money, changing children's minds or whatever it was. And I said at that time, if you need me to go to any of these programs that are funded, I will do it on my own time. I will do that today. Any program that's funded that you want information on, you want me to go do a spot check, I will do that. This is my community. This program needs to be funded. You need to start, either it's a 3-year or the 4-year program, but a pause does nobody any good, because I know what happens. Something else is going to come up in the budget. We need the money here, and it's going to be another year, we'll fund it. And to go to what we wanted to do is going to take, it's not going to get off the ground. You're just going to sit there in neutral and let it go by. And that's the wrong thing to do. Somebody has to speak for the kids. If I got to be it, then it's me. You need to fund this. There's no, you know what? You want to build another jail? Because that's what's going to happen. You take a pause. Yeah, you take a pause, because the problems that are out in the community don't take a pause. They're continuing to happen. We're starting to see some of the results from the COVID and the people being locked in, the mental health problems that they have. Another one that's coming down the pike, and if you don't know about it, you should. The normalization of marijuana and the causes that it has. What they say that tobacco was to cancer, marijuana is to psychosis, because it's creating a lot more mental health problems. So you have parents that are raising children in these environments. There's a lot of problems that we can't even envision what's going to happen next year. But taking a pause does nobody any good. I would love for you to go forward with either the 3 or the 4-year funding in this program. And thank you. And again, I am appreciative of what we have gotten, but we cannot take a pause. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment? Madam Vice Chairman?
The only thing I would mention is, I think, as Mr. McPartland says, somebody has to speak for the kids whose parents are low income, who aren't able to be here because they're working, who also have been hit by economic downturns, perhaps not in their retirement account, but in their paychecks and the cost of goods, that rely on these types of programs to provide very, very important safety nets for their kids, to keep them out of jail, to keep them mentally sound, to keep them doing good in school, and to keep them moving forward to be vital, important residents of our community in the future. If you guys aren't comfortable with the 3-year or the 4-year or the 5-year, let's talk about a 6-year or a 7-year phase in. But it is very important for us to keep moving that dial forward and making those commitments, living up to those commitments that we made. It's going to take time, yes, for CSAC to scale up with the addition of our new employee, but that doesn't mean that we need to stop doing anything and we need to be spinning our wheels, because what you will find in the community is the need is getting greater and greater. And what I'm hearing up here is we want to pull back. We don't want to continue to meet those needs. And what's going to happen when we decide to do that is they're going to be so much greater at that point. I mean, just mental health alone, those issues that have been added in the past 2 years to the school readiness issues and to the at-risk population issues. And then you throw in the homeless youth that we haven't even discussed today, which is a huge problem in Indian River County. But you know what? You don't see them because they're not walking around on the streets. They are living on other people's couches. They are living in the woods. They are trying to go to school and they're not able to. And those are all programs, the successful programs that we have been funding for years and years, that are vetted, that are looked into by any number of groups and organizations, need to be scaled to address the growing need. I know everybody thinks that Indian River County is a retirement community, but it is not a retirement community. There is a large portion of this county that are single families, low-income families that provide the services to support the retirees, and it is our responsibility to help them as well. We are here to help everybody, not just the ones that are able to come to the meeting because they are not working. That we have to speak for the people that can't speak for themselves, and that's the kids, and that's the people that take advantage of these types of programs that CSAC funds. So I've heard everybody's comments today, but I truly think we need to talk about the continuing the phase in. If it's not at a level at which you're comfortable with right now, then we can talk about another number, but just to stop is not a good move on our part.
Madam Vice Chairman, I would agree with you completely on that. I think the pause is kind of silly at this point. We're moving forward. I would ask you as fellow commissioners to look at, for Commissioner Moss and for our new director and Leanne to up their game as much as they can as possible. I know you just started, but I think we need to move ahead. Mr. McPartland said it. We pause, I'm afraid it'll be forgotten, and we'll just move it into the next year, and not a lot will get done. So with that, we have a motion on the floor by...
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if I may
ma'am.
just say one thing. I promise you it will not be forgotten, and I take all of your comments to heart, as well as the vice chair. But nothing will be cut or stopped unless CSAC evaluates it and believes it should be cut or stopped, and I intend to work very closely with them. And I was at the meeting last night. I had to leave a little early, but I was there. So I think I look forward to the challenge. Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Lord, to so-called pause and leave it at an 8th mill. Is that the extent of the motion? Okay. That is the motion. Anybody from the public, again, wish to comment on the motion? Seeing none. Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. I'll take that as a yes, a yay, and a yay, and 2 nays. The motion passes with Commissioner Vice Chairman Adams and myself dissenting. Okay. Moving on real quick. Or do y'all need to take a break? Take a break. We'll take 5 minutes. Be back at 12:50. All right,
Aquafria.
reconvene the March 7th Board of County Commissioners meeting. We'll go to item 13, County Attorney's Matters. 13A, authorization to proceed with foreclosures and code enforcement cases 2022030038. Deniers, I guess I'm gonna pronounce that way. Counselor, would you like me to defer to your co-counsel?
The hammer is here. She's ready to talk.
Ms. Prado, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner. Susan Prado, Assistant County Attorney for Indian River County. I am here today on, and yes, I assume it's called Deniers. I am not sure, as I have not met the respondent. So this is a case that came in front of code enforcement recently in 2022 regarding junk, trash, and debris. And so we had an evidentiary hearing in the summer of 2022. This is an aerial from January 2023, the most recent aerial. You can see that there's junk, trash, and debris on the property. From the ground, it looks like you could see a little more, but you can see there's a vehicle here with a bunch of stuff piled up, random boat and stuff. It is a lot that has not been cleared yet. There's not a house on it. That they do have this junk, trash, and debris. And they also are using a recreational vehicle for living. Which is not allowed on this property for a number of different reasons. So the respondent, was granted 2 extensions, one on July 25th, 2022, a second one on August 22nd, 2022, to try to have them come into compliance. On September 26th, 2022, the Code Enforcement Board held a compliance hearing, found that they were not in compliance with an order finding violation, and imposed a fine of $250 per day. And this aerial here is just to kind of show you the little bit of progression from January 2022. You can see back here a little more. There's some more junk and stuff back in here, but there's nothing up here. So the history continued. The property has not been brought into compliance. The current amount due is $18,750. It is not a homestead property, so the county does have the ability to foreclose on the property. At this point in time, staff is requesting that the board grant the county attorney's office in conjunction with outside counsel permission to move forward with our foreclosure action pursuant to Florida statute section 162.09 sub 3. And I'm available for any questions.
Commissioners, any questions of Ms. Prado?
Move approval.
Second, with discussion.
I have a second by Commissioner Lohr, or for motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion? Commissioners, did I hear anybody request discussion?
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, if we kick the can down the road a little further, where the Brazilian pepper trees will cover the all the stuff and the RV, and then nobody will know, and then that can happen. And in addition, I understand mitigation attempts are not met, and even if they were met, we reduced the fines down to the bare minimum for administrative costs. It still will be a costly endeavor. Apparently, they haven't received the message that they need not do this. You cannot live in an RV. Totally disregarding the regulations, the rules, the stipulations of our land, our good county. And that's the reason why I second the motion. I did not want to wait until the Brazilian pepper trees take care of our challenge.
Anybody else wish to comment? I have a motion by Commissioner Lohr, second by Commissioner Fleischer. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you, commissioners. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work.
All right, next, we'll go to Commissioners' Matters. We're going to my matters. And Commissioners, I will tell you that the Beach and Shore meeting last Monday was lively. We had good discussion. We had 2 new members that we approved that attended that meeting, and right away they were in the mix. I was very proud of them and very enthusiastic to see we had much more enthusiasm on the board than maybe we've had in the past. But the first item that the Beach and Shore wanted me to bring back to you was, as you see in the backup material, is Namblish passed a motion recommending that the BCC direct county staff to research development of dredge material management areas and allowing for the overharvesting of borough areas for the storage of sand. And I've asked our Public Works Director to be here, and I'm gonna let him start it off. Go right ahead.
Bruce Perico, Public Works Director. So, there we go. So at the Beach and Shores, the first, Beach and Shores came up with a dredge material management areas that we could pump sand out of our only borrow pit in South County and put it somewhere where we could use it in the future. So with that, we would have to find some place to pump the sand to, make sure that it's environmentally sound. We don't infect the environment. We'd be able to have to maintain it. There's a lot of hoops and things we'd have to jump through in order to make this work. But that's where we're at right now. So this is pretty much just if the board prefers us to move forward with this, then we can start looking for some place to pump some sand for use in the future.
So the thought was in the staff meeting we had that we were all for this. We were all for, getting additional sand. But we're not going to mobilize getting additional sand and putting it in dump trucks and haul it off, and that's all it's going to do. So the prime example would be Sector 7, as you see in the notes, to get the easements, get Sector 7 up and running, and at the same time harvest additional sand after Rich finds a place to put it, so we would have additional sand in the future for future projects. So it kind of falls into the next thing I have, and if you want to wait when we talk about the next item, we can come back to this item if y'all are okay with it. Can I do that?
Well, there are two separate items on our agenda, so we might want to just get a motion and second and a
Let's get a
vote
motion
on
to
this.
pause and-
I will note, this may not be the be-all and end-all solution for some of our issues. I can tell you from my perspective, just the reading I was trying to do in between the Beach and Shore meeting and today, just to understand this concept. I understand dredge material management areas are usually associated with an entity that's doing dredging projects. So you're dredging your canals, you're dredging your rivers, and you got a bunch of stuff you need to pile up somewhere, and so you've got to find a place for that. We don't really dredge a lot here in Indian River County, so I don't know how good of a solution this is or isn't. But if it's the board's will to direct staff to research the issue, we will certainly research it and bring it back.
The dredge management areas can be twofold. Like Dylan said, it could be a dredging project where the inlet's dredge and they put the material. It could also be where the area is what we're talking about, is to find a place and we have an agreement with an entity to place the sand up on the beach or place it on a piece of property. And that's our dredge management area. It's twofold. It could be on land, or it could be dredging from the areas offshore. In this particular case, we own or have a borrow pit offshore, but we could have an agreement or a management area that is onshore that we can pump to, kind of like Fines they have up and down the coast. They have big pieces of property where they pump sand to, and when they clean the channels. But the sand, some of it is good for putting back on the beach. Same thing with the inlet district, Sebastian Inlet District. They do that the same way. And they have areas to pump it, and then they can use some of it, but not all of it.
You just said something. I'm glad to see him.
Mr. Barney.
Yeah, David Barney. I am a commissioner on the Sebastian Inlet District, and formerly I spent 16 years on the Beach and Shore Preservation Advisory Committee for Indian River County. I'm the one who suggested this. The reason being is that in the future, we will not have sand. What made me think about this was an article about 2 weeks before the beach meeting in 32963, where they mentioned that the townships of Orchid and Windsor had a hard time getting sand because the mines were all delivering it to Indian River County to repair their beach parks and also to a large project that's going on in Brevard County. I thought that the Sebastian Inlet District maintains a DMMA, a dredge materials management area, because we always have to dredge our channel the sand trap in our channel. We capture that sand, we separate the good from the bad, and we place the good sand on the southern beaches. I thought with the project coming up on Sector 7, and this is what Commissioner Ehrman was referring to, is that the dredge companies, when they decide to do a job, the larger the job, the cheaper the price. So if we were going to do Sector 7, I was hoping to have the only really viable area for a DMMA in Indian River County is Round Island Park, and it's because it's ocean and riverfront. So you could cross, I mean, you would have, they would figure out a way to get across A1A. They would have to build it on probably the riverside. Our DMMA is 4 acres, and it harvests 30,000 cubic yards. This last hurricane, you guys placed 20,000 cubic yards to repair the beach parks. Well, if you could maintain 30,000 in there of available sand, then anytime a hurricane hit, you would not be relying on the mines, number one, and number two, you would have it readily available already over on the barrier island. There's twofold reason that that's important. We all know that Wabasso Bridge is eventually going to have weight limits on it because it's not in good shape. So that's going to limit you to crossing the bridges in Vero Beach. But my reason I wanted staff to research this may not happen just because, like Rich says, and Dylan alluded to, we're not a dredging entity. Sebastian Inlet District is, but we have a project that may come up where we could capture some sand. And what my concern is that there is 3 million cubic yards of beach quality sand in the Indian River Shoals area. Indian River County has already paid and used 750,000 yards in sectors 1 and 2 in, I believe it was 2001 or 2002. That project saved Ambersand, McClarty Museum, and the southern portion of Sebastian Inlet Park from being destroyed because had that sand not been there, I mean, it got tore up anyway, but if it hadn't been there, we would have lost all those homes and McClarty Museum. That's not, I'm rambling, but my concern is that there's not going to be sand available in the state of Florida. Miami hauls it from Orlando. They are currently hauling it from Orlando over to repair Fort Myers Beach. We have off a mile and a quarter off of Round Island Park is 3 million cubic yards of beach quality sand. I'm not saying we're going to harvest all of that. The state's not going to allow us. We've done all the money, spent all the money to do the borings to find that sand and determine what quality it was. I'd hate to see us waste, it is not our sand. Just because it's off our shores does not mean it's ours. If Palm Beach County or Dade County eventually run out of sand available to them, these dredge companies are allowed by the state to travel wherever the sand is available and capture it and take it somewhere else. I would like to see Indian River County try to capture some of that sand. It's already been determined to be beach quality sand. It's already been placed on Indian River County beaches. A small DMA will also serve another purpose. Say a hurricane hits and we take 20,000 cubic yards if we build one that big and place it on the sand. We now have a big hole in the ground. All the vegetative destruction that occurs in a hurricane could then be transported immediately on the barrier island to the DMMA instead of having to haul it out immediately to the landfill and overtax the landfill. You could set up a shredding operation or a mulching operation in there, and then you'd have more ways of getting rid of the material over on the beach. Then you could eventually refill the DMMA. Now, granted, when it's not in use, it's a big hole in the ground. But I recommend that we do this because somebody's going to come and get that sand out there at Indian River Shoals eventually, and I would rather it be Indian River County than somebody else.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioners, my recommendation would be to do what Mr. Barney says, direct staff to research development of dredge material areas, and allow for any over harvesting or burr areas for storage of sand. Allow them to do that, knowing that it might be a hardship if we don't get the Sector 7 project. It would be much easier if Sector 7 project goes forward in November. But in the meantime, they can be checking it out and seeing what's available and if it can be done. So there's no cost to this yet or anything. It's just a matter of staff's time and seeing what they can find out. So, Rich, would that work for you?
Mr. Chair.
I think it
Chair.
sounds very reasonable. I'll move to direct staff to investigate this possibility.
Second?
Mr. Chair, yes. And again, a little discussion. Mr. Varney, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. I've worked with you on the Beach and Shores in the past. It's an excellent thought. I just wanted to ask you, are we concerned about in any way, shape, or form about muck sucking and a concern that we might be bringing on some material that may not be of value? Or I understand we have highly skilled professionals that would be doing this.
Short answer is yes, there would be some bad material brought in addition to the good material.
Right.
At Sebastian Inlet, we have enough room where we can then do just like the mining companies and segregate the good from the bad. Some of it's rock and can be used by, paving companies and stuff like that. Some of it maybe the county would want. Some of it is what you would call a clayed cementuous
Right.
product that compacts well. We're selling some of our material at Sebastian Inlet District we're not selling it, we're trading work to the mosquito impoundment people. They had some pretty significant damage during the Ian and the coal to their dikes and to some of their access roads. This material that we have left over in our DMMA is perfect for them. So we've worked out an agreement with them that we'll give them the material if they will come and haul it out.
So you feel comfortable looking forward that we would be able to take the detritus material and
Yes, that you could
offset it somewhere?
segregate it so that you had excellent quality sand. The advantage of using the Indian River Barrow area is that it's already been determined that the majority of what you would be pumping off of there is high-quality beach sand.
Right.
When we dredge our sand trap at Sebastian Inlet, it's a hodgepodge. We get everything.
Some
But
days
the
good,
Indian
some
River
days bad.
Shoals is pretty good sand. You would have less bad material in your mix than we get in ours.
Well, if that's the case, then I would rather they take that down south where they want to take our sand. They could take the detritus, and then we'll keep the cleaner sand for our beaches.
Right, like I said, my biggest concern is that anybody who's in coastal businesses or anything like that, and as season was coming on, there's a shortage of sand, and it's not just statewide, it's worldwide. And sand is a finite resource. It takes thousands of years to make sand. We're using it up worldwide everywhere. I mean, like I said, they're hauling sand from Orlando to Miami to do their beach projects. They're hauling it from Orlando to Fort Myers to repair the damage from Ian. So that's the writing's on the wall, is that people are going to start looking for sand sources anywhere. Eventually, don't get me wrong, the reason it's not being done now is it's so expensive. But eventually, when sand becomes so scarce, people are going to pay whatever it takes to get the job done. And if Indian River County can capture with a small dredge off a mile and a quarter off and pump it, like I said, I think the only park that's viable is Round Island, and pump it there and store it there, then next time there is an emergency on the beach, and Stewart Mine is already committed to doing Brevard or Martin County, and we can't even get sand from them, which is where we usually get it from Fisher or Stewart Mines. That's where the majority of the beach quality sand comes from, landward source. We would have it readily available to place on our beaches. It would already be over on the barrier island. They wouldn't be impacting the bridges. I think it's a win-win, but Rich is right. This is a tough sell environmentally. The state's gonna have a say as to whether or not they're gonna want us to use the shoals. But I think it's worth getting those questions answered.
Thank you for bringing it forward.
All right. Anybody else wish to comment? The motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Fleischer, was direct staff to research development of dredge material management areas.
Tuck.
Tuck,
Chuck
go ahead.
Farrell, 10890 Highway A1A. I'm the chairman of the Beach and Shores Advisory Committee, and we do have a sand need. There's no question. You know, with these past storms, the storm events that we've had the past few years, in the past 10 years, they just accelerated. But that changes from time to time, so I don't know if it's always going to be that way, but right now we have a need and we should be preparing for things. And the barrier island, that sand dune protects everyone. And if it erodes away and there's washover or problems and we don't maintain it, insurance rates will go up. It affects everyone in the county, even the mainland. If we have washovers, because that dune is about 13 and a half feet, and that's critical. We've been keeping a high dune out there in most of these areas, not all of them. But where you have low dunes and you have washovers, you get a big storm. Well, we just have seen what happened to Naples. But it's important to keep the beaches protected like the Dutch protect their homeland with a dike. It's real important. This is a suggestion, and I think it might be a good one to look into, but we will need some sand sources, and I've heard that that's a very good sand source. In fact, it's a really important deposit there, and they used it, and I've seen some of the sand that came from there at Ambersand. I was on those beaches, and it was very good quality sand. So I think most of it would be a high-quality sand. And we do need sources, and maybe beyond these mines. And I've even asked to try to find some other offshore sources. But it's fairly expensive to get them. But we've got this approved sand source sitting there, and it might be good to get some of that sand in so we have it so we can use it. And it's going to be a lot cheaper when you have it there. And you can get the sand when things aren't as expensive. When you get into the emergency situation and after the hurricane, that's the worst time. That's when everything's more expensive. The prices go up. So it could save us money. Just some thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Tuck. Again, I have a motion by Commissioner Moss, second by Commissioner Fleischer, to direct staff to research the development of dredge material management areas. Commissioners, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Okay, bear with me.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello.
Yeah, John.
Thank you. My next item, the Beach and Shore Preservation Committee also unanimously passed a motion recommending to the Board of County Commissioners direct staff to evaluate the impacts of moving Beach Sector 7 northern boundary southward from R97 to R99 for the primary purpose of bypassing some beachfront easement holdouts and improving the prospect of gaining 90% approval of beach renourishment activities over the redefined Sector 7. So again, I'll let Mr. Sparker start this off, and I'll add in mine.
Okay, so we broke down, we looked at this, we've had about a week to look at this. And we did a little bit of history look, and we looked at this very hard. So real quick, sectors 1 and 2, there's a total of 77 properties up there. 73 said yes for easements, and 4 said no. Now, I will put the caveat, the easement was a little bit different than what we have, that Sebastian Inlet came up with. Sector 3, which was the easements that we had, 6.6 miles, 188 total properties, 159 yeses, 29 nos. We got to 85% of easement approvals. Sector 4, right now, we're not doing anything in Sector 4. Sector 5, total property, 2.6 miles, 72 total properties. 62 said yes, and 10 said no, so that's 86%. And then we're in Sector 7. Right now, there's 82 properties, 55 yeses, 27 noes, and we are at 67%. So at Beach and Shores, we wanted to look at moving the boundaries of Sector 7. We could move the project south if we wanted to, or if we need to, if the board directs us to do so. So right now, again, 82 properties, 55 yeses, 27 noes. We're at 67%. We need 19 more easements to get to 90%. If we move it to R99, 2,000 feet to the south, we're going to end up with 70 properties, 53 yeses currently, 17 pending or denied at 76%. And we would need 10 more easements to get to our 90% goal. Now, I will say that we've also looked at this from 85%, because there was, the other two projects were 85 or 86% a rate of getting property or easements, which is good. So we'd still need 7 more easements. So we're not there yet. We haven't seen any of the newer easements that we put out in February. We haven't had anybody come back yet with any of those easements. So we still need 7 more easements, even if we go ahead and move the project boundary 2,000 feet to the south. What that does for us is it takes away the feeder beach. And one of the things that we want to make sure everybody understands is the area that's circled in red is basically the area we're talking about. And if we remove this area from the project, we reduce 43% of the project sand that we put on the beach. That's basically 123,000 cubic yards. So we're going to go from 294,000 cubic yards from 97 to 108 to 171,000 cubic yards from R99 to 108. The significance of that, let's back up one. So in Sector 7, we have emergency orders right now. There's 10 of them that were issued for Sector 7. This was because of Nicole, Ian and Nicole. People wanted to put sand in front of their houses. So with that, we issued 10 emergency fill permits. 6 had signed the easements, and 4 had not. We just thought this was kind of interesting that we have 4 people that didn't sign the easements, but yet they're putting sand on the beach when we could move forward and put sand on the beach if this project was viable with 85 or 90%. Lastly, I want to touch on the significance of the cost that we have. So right now we have about $5.5 million for Matthew, Irma, and Dorian from FEMA, and that's our project worksheet. It also identified a bunch of 38,000 cubic yards of background erosion that we're not eligible to fund with FEMA's project, but we're still looking at, that would be part of our participation in the cost. The key issue here is I want to make sure everybody understands is if we remove another 171,000 cubic yards from the project, this is going to have a severe impact on what we're getting from FEMA. FEMA's not going to pay us for it. So we're going to remove that from the 198,000 they were paying for, because they're going to look at it in totality and say, look, you remove this, this is how much we figured in this area. They'll still pay us for cubic yardage, but we're going to be significantly short on funding. But again, we need to talk to FEMA a little bit more about this. So basically, at the end of the day, we can move the project south a couple thousand feet. We will impact our ability to get funding from FEMA, but we still need 10 or 7 easements. We can go with 85%, we can go to 90%, whatever the board's wishes are. But we really 85 is the cutoff, in my opinion, that we can still sell this as a viable project to not only DEP but to FEMA. So that's where we stand. The key issue right now is easements. And with that, all we're doing is looking, basically, the Beach and Shores wanted us to bring this to you and see is it viable to move our from R99 to R97, or 7 to 99. And that's basically where we're at.
Commissioners, any questions of Rich? If you give your approval to allow Rich to do this, if possible, again, we haven't got all the easements back. I know in the last few days, we've received 2 phone calls of people that are gonna sign the easements. I didn't get the addresses from Ed, but I know we've had 2 said, yeah, I'll sign. 2's better than none so far. But if you allow them the option to do this, if needed, I'll be glad to send out a personal letter to the folks in that area again to say, hey, you know, this is just for beach renourishment and, you know, turtle monitoring. It follows the state statute 141. Am I right, Ellen? Is that the right one?
Yeah, it's 161.1414 Florida statutes.
The language that we already have. So if I'll be glad to do that. I hope this is not wishful thinking. I'm hoping that we can make this happen, but it all kind of ties into the other one too a little bit. So you're any questions of me or any questions of Rich?
Yes. How many letters have you already sent out?
Like 27, I think, but some of them were duplicates. They went to their property, their mailing address, and they went to their property. I think we've gotten 3 of them back, and I think the 3 that were back were duplicate letters of other folks, so.
And then, Rich, what's the time frame for this
Oh, yeah, we forgot to mention that.
having to be?
We can extend it from March 17th to April 1st, correct?
So we talked about this, we were trying to get the easements back by March 16th. We could go to April 1st. We're geared up to come to the board with a work order on April 4th, for a work order. If this was viable, we get the easements, the board says go. I have a work order with Coastal Tech to start and get geared up to do the environmental monitoring that we have to do. So, but I have to get them a work order so that they can start lining up their subs to get in the water. We got to get in the water over time and then do the environmental and all the fishing, coral and hard bottom and whatnot. We got to get all that looked at. So, but I got to get started. May 1st is my drop dead date. I got to be up and running, and they got to start doing some monitoring work out there by May 1st, or I'm not going to make my 6 months for pre-construction monitoring before I pull the trigger on Sector 7, November 1st.
At what point is the FEMA funding not available anymore? Because there's a time frame there.
So we've asked FEMA again. The first storm was 2016. It's now 2023. I'm not sure we're going to get another extension from FEMA. I just don't know. We haven't had the opportunity to discuss this further with FEMA. We have weekly call every 3 weeks with FEMA. We've been telling them we're working on easements. They've heard this time and time and time again. There's going to come a point where they're just going to say no, and we're just going to lose that money. But in the same token, if we reduce the project too small, then it may not be viable, because if we don't have FEMA money, then that cost can be borne by the taxpayers, because of the fact of it's going to be costly to either pump, because right now I'm going to have to dredge. I don't have any way to get trucks onto the beach right now. There is no public access on Sector 7. So I'm kind of we're in a real bind right now. I don't have any public access. I'd like to, we could dredge it, but dredging is going to be very expensive. Even if we add the 30 or 50,000 cubic yards to store at Round Island or wherever. So we're kind of boxing ourselves in if we reduce the amount of sand. But in the same token, if I don't have easements, then it's just not a viable project.
Okay, just curious.
Counselor?
And if I may add, and I don't care whether we do Sector 7 or not, that's a policy decision, obviously, for the board, but I had a good conversation with Eric yesterday, and so Rich, I don't know if you know the answer to this or it's Eric, but if we take out the northern section of the feeder beach area, do you know what the estimated lifespan of the project would be without it?
So the estimated lifespan, if we take out the north section, you're looking at probably 2 years. And it's rough. Again, we haven't done a full analysis, but kicking it back and forth with Coastal Tech, you're looking at 2 years rather than a 7-year cycle. That's our guesstimate right now, and I'm confident on that one.
And how much money are we talking about?
I'd have to run some more numbers, but right now you probably, if we move that off, 171,000 cubic yards times basically $55, $60 a cubic yard if it's pumped. So whatever that comes out to be, it's a good chunk of change.
For sand that will be there in your estimation,
Couple
2
of
years?
Yes, ma'am. And again, I have to caveat all this. We had a week to prepare, and we've been, well, not we, Eric has been really hard at this, getting with everybody and trying to put all this together for us.
Commissioner, any further questions?
If you move those points 2,000 feet, how hard is it to move them back someday?
Well, here's the nice thing about what we were looking at right now is we're not going to actually move Sector 7. We're going to leave it as Sector 7. We'll just not include that reach. Okay. We can move our monuments if we want, if we feel the need to, but I think the best course of action, because of the way our PWs are written, everything's written with FEMA, we just kind of leave it alone and we just tell, hey, FEMA, we just moved it south a couple thousand feet and it's just R99 rather than R97 and be done with it. If we actually do it, officially move them, then we may have to rewrite PWs, and we do not want to go down that road.
Mr. Fleischer, anything?
No.
What would you like to do?
Well, I'll move to approve directing staff to investigate this further.
The motion by Commissioner Moss. Do I hear a second? I'll second it. I have a motion by Commissioner Moss, second by myself, to have staff looking further into this. And it really, Commissioners, it really is going to depend on if we get any of the easements back.
Yeah.
If we get enough of them back to make it viable. So that's still what we're hoping on. So I'm going to be hopefully optimistic about this. So I have a motion and a second. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Mr. Barney?
Yes, sir. David Barney, I'm Sebastian Inlet District. I was on the beach committee for 16 years. This motion got passed after I switched over to Sebastian Inlet District. The design of the project included the part you're trying to delete. The project, from a design standpoint, is really not a viable project. And like you said, the lifespan is 2 years. The biggest problem that we have with Sector 7 is there is no public access. The reason that that's a big issue is that if there is public access, there are state and federal funds available for just regular nourishment. So the only reason this has come to a head, shall we say, is that the FEMA money is about to run out. This was emergency money that was granted by the state that would not normally be available for Sector 7. Sector 7 has no beach access, therefore it has no other funding source other than the county paying for the sand on the beach. Now, Joe has done everything he can, including something that I totally disagree with, and that's changing the language of the easements to try to appease these holdouts, and it has not worked. I don't believe that moving the monument or moving the design area for this project is, number one, from a design standpoint, a good idea, but also from a precedent standpoint, a good idea. They should never have changed the language in the easements, and I don't believe that you guys should move the monuments. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment? Mr. DeMuth?
The boundaries for Sector 7, as I've mentioned to you before, were created by the county. The residents didn't do that. The county did. There are two access points. One is Round Island, and the other is north in the, it's 1.4 miles north of where R97 is. Round Island's 2 miles south of R108. Either of those two could have been combined into Sector 7, but that was something that the county did, not any of the residents. So there are two potential public access points. If you want to include those into R7, into Sector 7, you could do that. So that jumps that hurdle. The easement language is a challenge because there are a number of folks out there who just simply feel that it is not in their best interests to deed their property over to the county. Now, if we were to include the language that we've talked about for beach replenishment only, the sea turtle part and whatever, then there are a number of people who will then agree to those. And I will put my effort and the effort of the folks that live out there into gaining the extra easements that you need. We'll start right away. So that hurdle can be jumped, but we need the language in the letter that says this is for beach replenishment only, with the sea turtles and all the other stuff associated with it. So, from those two standpoints, I think we're in pretty decent shape. Now, the news about the length of duration is a bit of a surprise today. I would ask that the county staff look into that to a greater degree. 2 years seems a bit of a challenge. I don't see how that, by putting as much sand as we're going to put on those beaches, the berm that we're talking about, we're only going to get 2 years worth of life. Because again, if we do nothing, and this is from your own engineering consulting report, we end up with 2.5 miles of hard bottom eventually that keeps on moving further and further south toward Round Island. And it doesn't stop because our beaches feed that area as well. So that's what you're looking at. You've got, again, no easy decisions today, but that's the reality of what's going to happen. And again, that comes from your own engineering consulting report from Coastal Tech. They've said a number of times in that document, in that 2018 document, that doing nothing is not an option. So that's kind of where we stand. My recommendation is let's put a barrier up there of sorts starting at R99, and let's just retard the process so that we don't end up 6 years from now looking at an $18 million plus whatever the next hurricane does to that area problem, as opposed to a couple $1 million now. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to comment?
If I may, I just want to clarify something, that there's been a request, and I've received it in an email from Mr. DeMuth, and I've heard it again repeated today. The letter that went out with the revised easement specifically said, toward this goal, I've engaged with county staff, interested citizens, and my fellow commissioners to reword the easement document and address the feedback we've received. Specifically, we've removed the broader customary use language. I think we were pretty explicit in the letter that one of the things that people were most concerned about was the customary use language, and we were clear we took it out. That was the board's direction. I don't have any other direction from the board to send any other letters or modify the easement accordingly.
Anybody else?
I need to, just one issue. Even if we added, let's just say we combine Sector 8 with Sector 7 or move, we're still not going to bring in federal dollars. We got to understand, when you look at this, you have to look at, or state dollars, because you look at it and we have, okay, Round Island, there's beach access, but it doesn't run the entire distance, okay? They're going to look at it and go, okay, 1/4 mile each way, all right? That area of sand, okay, you're going to be eligible. That's it. It's not going to, we add Sector 7 to Sector 6 or Sector 8 and just make that whole 4.5 miles eligible. That's not how the system works. So just wanted to make sure the board understood that. It's not a totality. We have one access point.
I have a question. Feeder Beach being excluded, is that what brings the life expectancy of the project down to 2 years because you're not putting sand there to feed the rest of the beach? That was my only question.
What's going on here?
You asking me?
No, I asked Rich. He answered it. We're good.
Okay, you're good? Okay.
The language that we're talking about, the quarter of a mile thing, when I read it, it appeared as though it was talking about public access laterally from the location of a quarter of a mile. In other words, you couldn't park your car more than, or people didn't have to walk more than a quarter of a mile to access that beach area. That's the way I read it. That's what was in the document, the slide, or, yeah, the PowerPoint that you guys sent through. I've seen nothing, and I even asked this earlier on when we were in the Beach and Shores Committee, how close does public access have to be to the beach area that we're going to rehab? And nobody came up with a number on that. So I'm a little bit surprised to hear that the public access location has to be within a quarter of a mile. That's not the way the deck read. But in any event, that's somebody else is going to have to clarify that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, what is the motion that's on the floor right now?
The motion is to direct staff to evaluate the impacts of moving Beach Sector 7 northern boundary southward to R97, R9 for the primary purpose of placing sand.
Okay. Personally, I think if we are going to do that and it's going to take the lifespan of this project down to 2 years with us expending a lot of money, there's not a lot of guarantee FEMA's even going to let us do that. We're kind of to the end of this whole FEMA rigmarole with trying to get them to extend it anyway. I feel like, again, here we are a year later trying to make this project work and it's just not going to work. But so I'm kind of done with this project. I'm not in favor of the motion. I'm cool with being on whatever side of this that I end up on. But with that, I think we just need to go ahead and call the question and let's vote and move on.
I'm good with that. Commissioners, I have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Moss, seconded by myself. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion fails 3-2.
Mr. Chair, I realize it's been a tremendous challenge to get this sector done. I realize that there's hurdles. We would be directing staff to explore this and look at the juice after the squeeze. And we're not going to get much accomplished, and we're going to be putting the taxpayer in more of a situation by paying for that sand, because we're going to eliminate. I prefer that we have Rich keep doing, and his team to continue to extend or ask for extensions until we can get the job done.
Well, that's fine with me.
Because you've just said we've gotten 2 more.
We did.
Thumbs up.
We did.
So the letters are working.
It's slow.
Yeah, it's a drizzle.
Whether you move the line or not, Commissioners, I'm not going to spend much more time on this. Whether you move the line or not is still dependent on getting the easements.
Yep.
And I think the easement language that we drafted is very, very simple. It's very complete. I think it says what Mr. Demuth asks, and I think the whole deal down there is basically somebody came up with an idea and it's just spread how you ask people in a room around the table. When you get back, it's completely different than what you started out with. So we've decided we're going to move on. Let's hope for the best. We hope we get enough easements to make this project viable, and we'll go on to the next matter. Y'all good with that? Thank you. All right. Let's go back to 12.
Oh, you want solid waste?
We got solid waste, that's right. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Miss-
I lost my pages, hold on.
Mr. Chair?
Okay,
I'd be
15B.
happy to move approval of 15B1 and 15B2 minutes of December 20th and January 17th.
I'll be glad to second that.
That was good.
I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by myself to approve the minutes of December 20th and January 17th. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. 15B3, 20th Amendment to Republic Services.
I'll be happy to move approval.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to respond? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Passes 5-0. 15B4, residential paper shredding event on April 15th.
Mr. Chair, I'll be happy to move approval, but I do want to give solid waste the opportunity to come up and tell us about it and do a little promotion since you guys have been sitting here so patiently this whole meeting.
Second, because it's so successful.
Yes, it is
Good
very
afternoon,
successful.
Commissioners. Himanshu, Solid Waste Disposal District. I'm going to let Jill kind of take the helm. We're always excited to do these paper shredding events. The turnouts are always great, and we're happy to continue to offer that to our community.
Yes, we have our next paper shredding event scheduled for April 15th, Saturday, at the same location, Southeast Secure Shredding. Waste Management is in partnership with us. They're the ones that provide the financial support to pay Secure Shredding. We do the advertising. Our last shredding event was November 19th, and we had 441 cars, and we diverted 5.1 tons of paper from going to the landfill, and it was recycled. So we're excited about
Awesome,
Any
congratulations.
further questions of staff? All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Fleischer to accept staff recommendation. Anybody from the audience wish to comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. 15B5, final pay to Kimley Horn, work order number 43, annual financial reports.
Move approval.
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Adams, or motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Moss. Anybody from the public wish to comment?
It was a motion by Commissioner Fleischer.
I thought it was Commissioner Moss.
And a
I heard
second
this,
by
I heard it out of this here instead of this one. Okay.
Maybe,
I apologize, sir. Let me rephrase that. I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Fleischer.
that's all right.
Anybody from the public wish to comment?
It's fine how it is.
Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Passes 5-0.
Sunny side up or
15B6,
scrambled,
change
it's still
order to
eggs.
Chrome Corporation.
Who-
Move approval.
what- Second.
You want a second?
If you
Yeah.
want me to do
We'll
it.
just toss up, whoever.
I have a motion by Commissioner Adams, second by Commissioner Fleischer. Anybody from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Thank you. Y'all remember I am hearing disabled. Don't ever forget that. But you don't know what I can hear and what I can't hear. That's the only,
Uh-oh.
that's the only secret I have. Okay. All right, we'll go back to 12D, Human Resources. Placeholder, County Administrator Selections.
Hello, Linnell.
And Linnell's on the phone? Okay, good. Linnell is on the phone. Ms. Boyle, it's all yours.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Suzanne Boyle, Human Resources Director. And the item before you is a carryover item from Friday, and it is selection of the next county administrator. I do have straw preference poll sheets that list the 2 finalists that were selected on Friday, if you'd like for me to distribute those to you at this time.
Let's get it done.
Good.
I do have Linnell on the phone as well. She'll take care of any questions that you might have. And then Kim, if you could pull up the spreadsheet. Are we ready to proceed?
Okay,
Yes.
Were they going to read them, or are they going to hand them in again?
I think we can proceed in the same manner that we did last week. Are you comfortable with that? We'll go through and take the selection of each of the commissioners, starting off with Commissioner Adams, and then you will cast your vote between one of the two candidates as being your finalist.
Maybe commissioners, before you cast your vote, I'll give you the opportunity to talk yay, nay on each candidate and give your 2 cents worth if you wish. If you don't want to do that, you don't have to.
Mr. Chair, I, like yourself, probably had plenty of phone calls over the weekend. You know, I was embarrassed of the way the process worked, or didn't work, some may say. And we're working hard to be a fantastic board. We're a great board, but we're going to be a fantastic board. The entire process, when we think about the background information that we got, to be quite frank with you, I don't think we got the background information that we needed, as deep as we needed on a few of the candidates. I think that it got pretty wild last Friday afternoon, and the way we straw voted Friday, different commissioners switched around on different candidates, and I think that was part of the chaos, if you will. And trust me, the public either watched it or rewatched it or watched it live. I'm not sure. Having said that, I'm not so sure that these final 2 candidates are exactly what we're looking for as our next county administrator. And I think consideration needs to happen there. Now, this board says a 3-2 or a 4-1 or to go forward with these 2. That's what we're going to do. But I think we have to be very careful when thinking about that process and think about the comments that came out from the process, because we looked very unorganized, and it was embarrassing to this board.
We already have a 3-2 to move forward with these 2 candidates. That was made on Friday.
Well, yes, it was complicated. It was a bit confusing, but, you know, in the end, it really was pretty clear. I mean, at the very first meeting, where we were going from 10 down to 5, Mr. Tukanich came in first. And the other day, when we were going from 5, you know, voting what we wanted to do with that, he came in first. I mean, he came in first both times, and that was one thing I didn't understand. As someone who's run for office many times, if you get the most votes, you take the office or the position. So that was a little complicated. You know, I would agree. But that being said, I think he was the clear front runner both times. So I'm not uncomfortable with you know, with the votes that were taken.
Commissioner Fleischer.
Mr. Chairman, I have to agree that it was a tumultuous day. It was a challenging day. At some points, it was a little concerning. But it is what occurred. I don't know if we allowed the opportunity for the cream to stay in the room. I think that we sloughed it off in an effort to push this in. As I heard Colin say, this is the first time in 25 years this has happened. Yep. That's when we should have paused. And, you know, and Commissioner Adams had said, you know, hey, I want to stop here. You know what? There was value there. Because we then continued on to try to race to take that, if it was a round peg, we tried to force it in to get a result, solution. Any experiment, any evaluation, any process that is forced becomes faulty. And I believe that it's everyone's obligation not to have a faulty solution code to the future of the county. I'm going to propose something. Not to go back, not to scrub the launch. You know, I was thinking about the selection process for the county attorney. I reverted back to times past. You know, you didn't always get a 5-0. Got a 4-1. Okay? He's here. There were several people who wanted that position. He's our county attorney. And we did so in an orthodox, unorthodox fashion at times. When we got there, we just did it. He's still here. We saw a lot of applicants in print. 58 applicants, I believe, somewhere around there, give or take a few. I thought some of them didn't belong there. Others agreed. Out of the 5, there was good candidates, quality candidates. But I think this little graph thing that we're doing, I know, Linnell, you're on the air. Between that and the input from Colin saying this is the first time this happened, and not have an option to go back to, and this is one of the most important decisions for our future. I want to say something. I want to try something, okay? Because I think it's important that the citizens of Indian River County know that whoever this county administrator is has at least 4-1, if not 5-0. Mr. Chairman? There were some things about some candidates that were not, as I discussed with Linnell before we got to this process. Okay? Some of us found it, some of us didn't. It wasn't presented. Actually, discussions upstairs, some of it was countermandered. So, let me say this. I want to try something. I would like to make a motion to ask John Titanic if he would accept the position. I just did it right now. Instead of playing with a sheet of paper and seeing where we're going, he is qualified. He has a past history. He is local. And I think this toss-up is going to be 2-3-3-2 or 4-1, 1-4. And I want to make every attempt to make a 5-0 for the next county administrator, because it's important that he understands that he has the full support of this board, and he supports this board in its entirety for the future of Indian River County. Thank you.
So I'll take that as a motion, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll be glad to second. We have a motion and a second for John Titanic. Anybody from the public wish to comment on the motion?
Commissioner Chairman, what if he doesn't accept it?
Then we can go back and start the whole process over again, unless Mr. Rosenthal is satisfactory for y'all, but that's a decision we can make at that time. Mr. Paladin.
I support Commissioner Fletcher's motion.
Yes. Oh, excuse me.
You want to dance? Steve Myers. Look, I just want to say a few things in support of John Tikanich. Just, and some of you may do the opposite just because of that, but I hope not. And Mr. Tikanich and I have dealt with each other for the last couple of years, and unfortunately, he hasn't agreed with me on all of the items that we've dealt with. But I can tell you, he's done it with the utmost professionalism, and he's one of those. I think you'll find that he'll be here for a while if you select him. So I just want to kind of give you my, my 2 cents on it. He's a pretty solid guy, straight shooter, and I think that's what this board's looking for.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Chair, if I can ask Attorney Reingold, going out of the process supposedly, does that put us in any position?
There's no legal issue here. I mean, you guys are making a very, I was trying to come up with the word, just a logical motion, a very thoughtful motion. It was seconded. I think that's absolutely acceptable.
Any feedback from the firm?
So I can tell you we're having connection issues with the firm, and Linnell, she sent me a text message.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to try to reach out to her real quick.
It's okay. If
Oh, okay.
Mr. Reingold says it's good, it's good.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second to recommend John Tikanich as the new county administrator. We've heard from the audience, so commissioners, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No, passes 5-0.
5-0.
There you go.
Thank you, commissioners. And the next issue is now directing staff to enter into extending an offer and negotiations of the contract.
Do you need a motion for that?
Correct. It would,
We could have a separate motion. That's fine.
I mean, that's the next logical step, but if you need a motion, let's get it all done at once.
Let's do, you make it, I'll second it.
All right, I make a motion that we direct staff to enter into negotiations for the city manager.
And
it's clear.
And I will note in the and what we're looking at is some combination of Suzanne, Michael, myself, Colin's team. In the past, the chair has been involved in that, so we may, bounce something off by the chair, but certainly at the end of the day, it'll be the ultimate vote of the board to approve whatever that contract is.
Fabulous.
all right.
You want to vote on that?
I have a motion to direct staff to move ahead with, offer the job and move ahead with negotiations with Mr. Tikanich. By Commissioner Adams, second by myself. I'm sorry, I took it.
That's all right.
I took it. Second by myself.
Second by yourself.
Yes.
Stole the second.
I don't get to do that
Are
very
you?
often in this gig anymore. So I'm doing it this time.
It's okay. It's yours.
Anybody from the audience wish to comment on the motion?
You go.
Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Commissioners, guess what? We made it 1 hour ahead of the City of Vero Beach coming in to use our chambers for their meeting. Our next meeting will be March 28, 2023. With that, I thank you, and we stand adjourned.